I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a prayer. I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true.
Good morning. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama talking trash and truths. This is Coffee and Chaos with T3, and I promise today it'll be both. I honestly don't expect anybody to show up today because of the subject matter. I figure you're going to listen to it separate or whatever. Outpost Nerd, good morning. He said, yo, y'all. Outpost had a birthday this weekend. Happy birthday, Outpost Nerd. He turned 36. I think I got that one right. Did I get that one right, nerd? I might have, I might not. You know what? As far as that goes, all I can say is you're 36. I love you.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
There you go. From the Pope himself. Consider yourself blessed. If I talk to him, I'll ask him to throw water on you. He said you actually got it right. You know, I mean, I know how old you are. I do it to, like, you know, be a pain in your ass the way you're a pain in my ass. Hey, cool gamer, what's up? What's up? What's up? So the title today was Childhood Assault and the What If Game. It's not so much about the assault as it is the what if game. This is a very dangerous game that both victims and survivors play. Some play it once. Some play it every couple of years when they're trying to, like, you know, do a check-in with themselves. And, you know, usually, unfortunately, when people are doing really well, people who have issues with their past, who have been, you know, like hurt in any way, they tend to self-sabotage because it's the easier route. Now, in my other show, I told you about complex post-traumatic stress syndrome, which usually occurs from buildup of trauma in the childhood that was not addressed or not looked at. It was brought to my attention that it is also an accumulation through narcissistic relationships as an adult. This is not your occasional narcissist. This is not somebody who just has narcissistic traits. The complex, I can't talk. I've been awake 15 minutes, guys, so just bear with me. The complex post-traumatic stress syndrome can also be caused, it's the same thing. Instead of it being your childhood where the trauma builds up, when you're in a long-term relationship with a narcissist, you have to think of that in terms of a second childhood because they are training you to be the way they want you to be. So what they're going to do is they take that person, they find out everything that they can about their past. So they know that they're, you know, the buttons are there. All they have to do is push the buttons. If they trigger somebody, and this is just one scenario, if they trigger somebody's PTSD or CTPSD or whatever the fuck the letters are, what they do is they send them into that childhood trauma response. And they can, 1, be their savior, 2, be their comfort, 3, be their critic, 4, be their punisher, 5, be their humiliation. Those are the 5 things they can do. And they do them usually in a row. It starts with the, oh, I want to help you, whatever. I'm here. Then it goes on to, Caitlin, good morning. Then it goes on to, you know, the whole, oh, I'm here. look, I care about you. I love you. I would never do that to you. They reassure. Then they can get a little shaky. They start to, they start to demean you until they really get under your skin. And then they can blow it up in public, or they could blow it up, in your private group of friends, but it's going to be in front of other people usually, unless they're covert. But a malignant narcissist is going to take that person out and show their victory to the world. That is 5 traumas packed onto one another, because believe it or not, that love bombing is a trauma, because they take your trust, they take your hope, your intention, they take all that you have to give, and they just step on it. They throw it away like it's nothing. And they make sure you know about it. They make sure you feel like nothing. And it's the same for childhood trauma. That's what they do. Either they do it in reverse or they do it in that same style. But it's always, usually, I don't want to say always. I use that word way too much. Sometimes it's the love bombing that starts. But as a kid, they don't have to do that. The neglect, the just sheer disregard for the baby, that happens from the very beginning. There's no need for the love bombing when you're a kid. But they'll do it when you're a little older, when they see that you're pulling away or you're putting up, if they're afraid you're going to tell somebody, oh, my mom did this or my dad did this, they do the love bomb. That's when you get the gifts. That's when you get money just appearing, out of nowhere. Oh, come on, let's go shopping. That's what they do. They buy your silence. They buy your affection, because a little kid can't discern being bribed from being spoiled. They can't figure out, are they giving me this because they want me to shut my mouth? Or are they giving me this because they love me so much and feel sorry? No. What they're doing is they're buying your silence, but they're also buying leverage. Because if you say, well, you hurt me later, they say, really? Because you forgot all about it when I gave you whatever. They can twist anything. So the what if game, when it comes to something like that, when you're a kid or you're an adult, once you recognize the trauma that you've been through and you know how it's affected your life and you know what changes should have been made or what decisions went wrong, and this is usually years after the abuse. I mean, even in an adult narcissistic relationship or an abusive relationship, none of that what if happens in the beginning, because you're still hopeful. What if comes in with hope when you don't have any, but it's the wrong kind of hope, because you're looking to the past. Now you can imagine what your future would have been like. That's fine. But you have to put it in your head that if I change, if I do this, if I heal, these are the steps I have to take to get to this place. That'll take me closer to that goal. That'll take me closer to being, loved and finding someone who understands. It's a very hard thing to do though, because the what if game feels safe. It feels like a fantasy. Like you're just, I'm just dreaming. I'm just daydreaming. But what you're doing is you're talking to yourself, basically telling yourself, oh, you know what? If we had done this one thing different, if this person hadn't done this, then this would have happened. Okay. You want that, so work toward it. That's an easy answer to give, but it's not easy to do. You have so many blocks to get over as a survivor, even if you're stuck in being a victim, which a lot of people are, because they don't know how to twist it and say, yes, I suffered from this, but I'm here. I'm here. Maybe I don't feel so strong. Maybe I feel really bad today. You don't know. You really don't know. I know my thoughts are a little disjointed. It takes me like half an hour to get all the cylinders working. But especially the eyes. Oh, how I hate this print. Rabbit just stopped in to give a like. Hello, everyone. Off to my root canal. No. Last appointment this month. Yay. What's it? Today is September 25th. I didn't even bother saying the date, the time, nothing. I didn't give a shit this morning. That's what happens when we wake up 15 minutes before the show. Rabbit, please take care. I hope your root canal goes well. Don't be a badass. Take the Novocaine. Let's go. Because I could just picture you like in the chair, like, no, just drill. Don't do that. My aunt used to do that. Drove me crazy. And she would not make a sound. I was like, this bitch. Like, I'm like, I'll take all the shots you get and that numbing solution. Thank you. I do not mess around. If they have gas at the damn dentist, gimme. I love that strawberry smell. Wesley, hello. My recent ex was a narcissist. First year, great. But then the signs started showing. They also started projecting the narcissism to the partner or child. Yeah. Rose said, I'm not stupid. Give me the shots. Oh, I love you, Rabbit. Godspeed. Good luck. I hate the dentist. It's the absolute last doctor I'd rather go to the gynecologist than go to a goddamn dentist. Either way, he's going to be like open wide. I can't believe I just said that. Oh, no. Anyway. Your aunt was a masochist. Yeah, she was, well, no, she thought she was a badass. I'm 85 years old. I don't need Novocaine. It was like, that's all I ever heard was, Michelle, why do you have to get so much Novocaine? I was because my freaking mouth hurts. Like, what the hell? She was surprised when I went to get my wisdom teeth out that they had to almost knock me out for the lower tooth on my right side because it grew through my jawbone. And they were like, yeah, it's got a like hook on the end of it going through. And we need to saw that off. I was like, you want to saw my tooth? He was like, yeah, I have no choice. I was like, no, that was not pleasant. Not pleasant. But I was all doped up. I was like, give me the gas. And I was like, you can do anything you want within reason, because he was a little strange. But anyway, so that's what I do. I go for the humor when I start getting uncomfortable. Because like my hands, I'm white knuckling it right now because I don't know where I'm going. Today's going to be a surprise what comes out of my mouth. I know what I'm going to cover. I don't know what's going to go with it. So I like when I'm just as surprised as you guys. It's great. So I'm trying to like get situated here. Narcissist. So you said your recent ex is a narcissist. Yeah, the first year is always like utopia because they have to make you fall in love. You have to like be dedicated. They want to make sure that all you see is them. And all you think is, oh, they love me. You're not thinking about how much you love them most of the time. You're just basking in this, oh, they love me and they're so hot and cool and whatever. And you fall deeper and deeper because they know what you like. They get to know all the things you like. They get to know your temperament. They don't try to like pick fights unless they feel like being like sexy crazy. Like there's always that thing. There's always that point where you can see where that guy is like, or that girl is like at boiling point. And it's just, my ex would see it and it's like he enjoyed it. Oh, Lord. It's like he enjoyed it.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Hello.
Hello,
morning.
ladies and gentlemen, winning reality.
I'm
So
up
you say
early.
narcissist and he just goes, what? You called? Yeah, you called? What'd you say?
What?
What can I do for you?
That's not like it came out backwards. Nothing. I came in here to see to say hi. I heard you were trying to come up with a topic.
No, I have a topic, but what do you have in mind?
I don't know. I was just gonna talk to you for a minute. I got a little bit of time. Well, I'm not gonna stick around the whole time, folks. I can tell Shelly this is her show. I want her to play her songs, and I'm just gonna sit in for a few songs and then hit back to the crowd. I figure
Okie
you know
dokie.
if it would help you warm up and get your stride on.
So many comments I could make, but I'm not gonna because it's too early. But
What's
you
that?
guys could just fill in the blanks. You know how I think. Um. Okay, so we were talking about narcissists, and I'm talking about the what if game. Did you ever play the what if game?
Oh, yeah. Well, the what if, like, yeah, if we had just had like
Mhm.
worked on our communication earlier, or if we, and by the way, for anybody out there, hey, how you doing, crowd? Some of y'all, I see. I don't think I know Wesley. Yeah, Wesley, I saw you said your ex was a narcissist. So was mine. 10 years with a narcissistic woman, a lot like Amber Heard, but not as smart, pretty, or successful. But pretty a lot of the same stuff that
And
Johnny Depp
that's
went
setting the
through.
bar
I
kind
went
of
through.
low with Amber Heard.
Right. I started my channel. Me and Shelly started channels for the same reason. Basically, my channel isn't as focused as hers is on this topic, but it does come up a lot on my channel. And I have a series called Epidemic on Display and Covert Narcissism, where I take my approach to talking about it and kind of defining the rigged game that they play and the different parts of it. So, this is my wheelhouse in a way, unfortunately. Um, yeah,
This is how we met.
yeah, that's how we met too. She heard me
Mhm.
on a another show talking
Mhm.
about it, and she resonated with what I was saying, and rest is history. Long, wild history. But yeah, so that's who I am. So nice to meet you, Wesley. And welcome. We're all survivors here. At least a lot of us are. Some of us are just learning and supporting. But we're part of the Survivor Club. I've been in Survivor groups for 5 years now, 6 years. I can't remember. It's been a while. It's been a while. That was a big help. So the what if game. But yeah. What if I had done this? What if I had known that? But my philosophy on the what if game, right? Every step
Mhm.
leads you where you are today. So if you are thankful and grateful for what you have, then probably don't want to play the what if game, because even the bad stuff will
Mhm.
lead you to where you are. I mean, one way or another. It sucks to think about it, but if you got a child out of the relationship and you love that child and you don't want, that's when I stopped playing the what if game, when I realized that every step led me to my child, and I would never give him up. So, I'll take that abuse a million times over again just to have him the way things are right now. Grateful and thankful for everything I have. That's my what if game.
He's a good egg. He's a good egg. Um, Wesley said that she seemed to shuffle her friend group on the regular. We know how that is
Yep.
because she had trouble maintaining friendships. It's like a revolving door. They do it in groups. Like they'll have a group of friends, and then all of a sudden that group of friends, no, she was a bitch and whatever, and they talk shit about them or whatever, and they go on to the next group.
I haven't had that problem, except for recently. The and it's just part of the dues paying of coming onto YouTube and not knowing people, and you're gonna end up, it's easier for people to pretend to be in one thing and then be another on YouTube. But in my real life, I was stable. I had the same group of friends for 30 years, the core group, and then I had another additional group of like the hundreds of people for like 10 years at least, 10 years at least. So maybe longer if I actually think about it. If I actually roll some of them back until about, it could be about 17 years. So no, it was just that my ex wanted the scene that I was in. I was a musician. She wanted the scene. I wanted the family and the child. So that's the way things turned out. She put her energy into one thing, I put my energy into another. And at the end, you always get what you want, right? Better make sure it's what you really want,
Mm-hmm.
because you really,
Because
so
you're
that's where
stuck
your
with it.
energy. Yeah, that's where your energy goes. My energy was all about, I started staying home. I stopped going out. I gave up my music career. I gave up all that stuff because I wanted to be with my son during his time in his life. I figured this is a superficial thing I could always go back to whenever I wanted
Mm-hmm.
to. Ended up becoming a YouTuber instead. I'm enjoying this much better. So I'm probably not going to be going back to that. and probably won't be seeking out those old relationships again either, because she went out and did poison the well and did a bunch of stuff, of course, and that's fine. I mean, most of my friends figured it out, but I'm just not interested in being part of that scene. There's more that goes with that. There's the lifestyle. There's it's a very excellent place for narcissists to hide and act out in and get away with it. There's a rumor mill. There's easily poisoned wells there, and they don't matter. Those people don't matter. They don't validate me, and there's no value in maintaining those friendships anymore because they're not healthy, and the whole scene itself isn't healthy. If you really take a step back and look at it, know it the way I do. So moving on for me wasn't a big deal. It is different, and it was an adjustment. But the more I think about it, the more I see the way my future is developing, it was the right thing. And so a lot of times those things that don't seem like comfortable or pleasant or even are sad at the time end up with give it some time, and you look back and you end up saying, well, actually that move had to happen so I could be here today, and
Mhm.
loving what's going on right now.
Yep. Okay, wait 1 second. He said his takeaway is that he questions if he's also a narcissist or if it was just her projections. He said, I'm at peace now. You bring up the other thing about how they'll try and isolate you from your friends. She ran off my roommates at the time. Yeah, that's typical.
Yep.
They don't want anybody influencing you or getting in the way of their agenda.
No, and
And if you're
it's
isolated, they just appreciate you and they're clinging to you. No matter what you do, they'll come back.
yeah, and as far as the what you're talking
Projection.
about, the projection part, you're talking about the drive you crazy game, and basically it's yeah, they're gonna there's a thing where everybody goes through it where they start questioning themselves because you're being gaslit so much that
Hmm.
it's part of the mind control they're using on you. They're trying to brainwash you into believing it. The way that I describe it in my videos is that, and I didn't do a good job in this series, by the way. So Joey does a much better job here talking to people. But
Not
the way I
true.
described it is it's a rigged game, right? So in the rigged game, the victim becomes the target is the real victim, but the
Hmm.
narcissist uses the target story as in what she's doing to the target. That becomes her victim narrative, right? So she's going to adopt the victim narrative, saying it was you. You're going probably through, depending on how long you've been with her, through reactive abuse. So like you've been pushed so far, you've been gaslit. That's what the gaslighting is about. The manipulation is about. The slights are
Hmm.
about to get you to react. So it's reactive abuse. Yeah, and at some point you will take on or sound like or think you sound like them, right? Because you're trying every way you can to figure out what's going on, and it's such a mind f. It's such a
Hmm.
mind screw, right? That
Hmm.
that you nobody's seen it before, and nobody can help you around you. That's where the isolation comes in, because most people have never seen this before, and most people don't know what the answers are. You're going to find those in survivor groups. If you haven't joined a survivor group, Shelly, I'd recommend these things to the utmost, because you're
Absolutely.
gonna find a bunch of people like me and Shelly in there that have been through it, know the stages, can listen to your story and tell you exactly where you're at in your healing. And that's when you truly become a survivor, right?
Hmm.
Because until then, they can still victimize you. They can come back for more. They'll be living in your head. Again, there you are, isolated, alone, questioning yourself. And the truth is, there's thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people out there just like you that's been through this. They're called survivors, and they're ready to welcome you in and help you walk through the healing process. And if you need an escape, to help you escape, no contact. There's a whole world out there that you are now privy to join with us. We're in there
Hmm.
too. So
Yep.
yeah, I hope that helps. You don't realize it
And
because of the love bombing. Well, if you yeah,
yep.
some of that, and really what they do is the mask comes off when they have you locked in. So if you're locked in any way, shape, or form, or you're trapped in any way, shape, or form, that's when the mask will come off. And then it's your word against theirs. They're gonna already have their enablers all around them, all set up. A lot of them are gonna be your friends, old friends. They go from support to enablement, and they're going to enable that person to continue to do it. And believe me, the shit talking
Oh, it's
and the
ridiculous.
and the well poisoning was going on long before you realized it. So anything
Mhm.
you did wrong, anything they could come up with or make up that's already out there, that builds paranoia. People look at you different. It feels different around them. They're gonna be like, wow, I thought I knew this person, but they're really like this.
Mhm.
Wow, I didn't know. They're gonna try to take her side on these things because she's working on them. She's doing little favors for him. She's calling up. You're like, you're doing more for everybody else than you're doing for the relationship, right?
Yep.
The best gift I did was after moving back and to take care of my mom was blocking her on socials and her cell, then change all passwords and shared account. Perfect. That's called no contact. Keep that up.
Mhm.
Keep that up.
You got to
There's
think
no
of it
need
as
to go back.
slamming the door.
Yep. If
You're
you don't have
not.
a kid, yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't have a kid, there's no need to go back
No, and
at
even
all.
like when you have the kid, that version of you, they're not
Hi,
dealing with
Caitlin.
that old version of you anymore. Once you're motivated to get away from them, you can put up personal shields. Like you can do that where you say, no, I know they're going to do this. And usually in the beginning, it's better to prepare for any kind of encounters with them. What you're going to say, how you're going to react. You're not going to stick to that. It'll still be by the seat of your pants, but at least you get to think it through and you have something to fall back on. Um, no
Let me
kid,
say hi
but
to
I had a
let me say
shared
hi to
dog.
let me say
Oh,
hi to Caitlin real quick. Hi, Caitlin. I saw you there. I jumped right into the conversation, but I wanted to say hi to you. You're awesome. Hi, Rabbit. Hi,
the
Outpost.
water
Hi,
was
Cool
warm.
Gamer.
You're always welcome. You know that. The thing with
Like,
the narcissist, like his narcissist, it was a perpetual thing. And I mean, there were times that you did waffle, right?
oh,
Like you
cool. Yeah, of
thought it would
course.
be okay. And what made you go back besides the kid? Was there anything besides the kid
Who, me?
that made you, yeah, like that? What pushed you to
I never
say, all right, I'm going to give her
I never
another
left.
chance?
Oh, you mean bet to her? I had to. One, we were supposed to have a family together. We were engaged. We already had a kid. This was supposed to be the beginning of my life, my family life, and I was ready to
Mm-hmm.
completely focus on that. So now I'm also a problem solver, troubleshooter, fixer, healer kind of guy. And so whatever was going on, I was willing to go through it with her. Whatever trouble we had, I was willing to work it out. I was willing to do everything. And really, that's why I stopped even trying to go out. We weren't even going out together at that point, really, because someone had to be home, the kid. But I
Mm-hmm.
didn't enjoy being out without her. And when we did go out, it was we'd get in a fight, and she would find some way to make it uncomfortable or to start a fight or to be selfish or to something, right? Our good times are far and few between, and they were usually for the kid.
Mm-hmm.
And that was about it. We did, but eventually, even it was a part of the gaslighting experience too. It was like, she would make me think everything's okay, we're getting closer, everything's getting better, and then pull the rug out from under me every time. So it was like I was constantly being revved up and then let down, revved up and let down constantly. And I'm tenacious, so I could take that over and over and over again, and still keep thinking, well, in time, this will work itself out. In time, she'll come around. In time, she'll realize that the scene isn't more important than us. So there's a lot of optimism that kept me that way, a lot of tenacity that allowed me to continue with it, and a lot of the gaming that she was, mostly the gaming she was playing that helped that happen. So it wasn't. I had to wait her out because I wasn't about to leave my son with her. No way
Mm-hmm.
was I going to let her make me paid for her to turn him into another one of her.
Yeah.
No way. I'll take the abuse all
Mm-hmm.
day long. I can deal with it. I'm a big boy. You know. And plus, we and him grew closer. By that, while she was gone, he was there. Me. I was
Mm-hmm.
getting what I wanted. I wanted him. I wanted that. It would have been great if it was her too and more kids because I wanted more kids. I wanted him to have siblings. She took that away from him. You know. So, but eventually she was so bad that he wanted her out. And that was the ultimate victory right there. It's like when you see the little one saying, "No, I want you to leave." He had enough. And that was the end of it. She left and she hasn't been back. They get weekends together, and I teach him to manage her. Like I don't want to take his mom away from
Mm-hmm.
him. Like I'm not gonna be
Of
that
course not.
person. And there is some parts of her. I mean, I'd like to see her get fixed. I've told her even a year ago. I said, if you still want to go figure out what's wrong with you, I'll help you out, even though I don't like you. because it's for him. But it's like, I teach him to manage it. He manages the situation right. He has a phone. He can always call me if he needs to get out. She doesn't want to lose him, so she has to now kind of like listen to him. She can't take him around the kids he don't want to be around, places he don't want to go, places that aren't healthy. You know, we did good getting through this thing. I'm really thankful and
You
grateful
did.
that
You
we ended up on
did.
this side of it. When I got to the
You
point I
did.
couldn't even take her on a date without an argument being started before we even got to the restaurant or place. Yep. Every time, man. Every time. Just crash and burn. It sucks because you think it's going to be okay, or maybe this time things will get better. You're always chasing the dragon, trying to get back to that honeymoon phase, that early parts of it when it seemed like the perfect person, you know, the perfect match, the perfect partner. That's the scary part. That's the scary part about getting back with somebody else too. Like, you know, that's the part that you remember and that you fell in love with, and then you're scared that, you know, if you're vulnerable and do that again, that it's gonna turn out that way in a few years. It's like you're talking about the what ifs, this point that becomes more the
Mhm.
what ifs, doesn't it?
Mhm. The what if game can burn you in either direction. Like no matter what you do. It's a very slippery slope because you need hope, but it has to be the right kind of hope, you know? Like you can put all your energy into it and wish for them to be different. They're not going to change though. They're not. They'll change for a week, maybe sometimes 3 days, but you'll be on high alert all the time, listening for that change in their tone or looking at their face to see if they're like, are they being genuine? Are they setting me up for something? Because you're always thinking, it's going to go this way again, again, again. And you always think they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it again. I mean, that would be cruel. No, they're going to do it. They're going to do it and they're going to enjoy it because that's what they do.
Yeah,
They get their power from your pain, your humiliation, your indecision, your insecurity. The less of a person you feel you are, the more power they feel like they have. You know, they
they're
will
trying
literally
yeah,
step all over you.
try to trade places with you in a sense. They're trying to, you know, trying to become what they're trying to become you and make you become them. That way they don't have to be them. They project themselves onto you so that they can abuse themselves. It's really a sick game, and we don't think like that. We're normal people,
Mm,
and we don't think that way. But they think in a whole different way that we can't understand. That's the confusing part about it, and that's why they, you know, most of them get away with it. Is because you never see it coming. You're completely being shammed the entire time. It's like something's luring you in that looks like something that's safe, and then you turn around and it's a spider, or you're in this web, and it's like, it's really a nutty time, and until you've been through it, you don't know it, and until someone's been through it, they can't help anybody else with it, or they can't even fathom it, right? People in healthy relationships their entire life won't know how to help. They won't be able to explain it, and they may end up just siding with whoever they like best. And I had that happen too. I lost friends that way too. When they, you know, regardless of how much I told them, they couldn't understand it.
mm. And you've never, like, you might think that it's just an adult thing where you encounter a narcissist. You could have narcissistic parents. That word does not want to come out of my mouth this morning. You could have narcissistic parents, or if you think back when you were in school, there was always a girl or a boy who would do things in a real sneaky way, say things about you behind your back, whatever. And as soon as you called them on it, or they got in, you know, like you said, a teacher, whatever, or the teacher yells at you for reacting, the teacher doesn't yell at them. You're the one that's being hurt. But that person's like, oh, no, oh, I would never do that because in the school, they're the sweetheart. They know all the answers. They're super polite to the adults. They're like the golden child of the school. And nobody's going to believe that this person is capable of this cruelty. And they know that. They revel in that. Like, I got away with it. And you become the problem child. You
Yep.
become the problem student.
They
So
see that
they're
light
able
in
to
you.
switch that power around. Yep.
They
Because
see
they
that
know
light
you
in
can
you.
outshine them. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got
And
to
they
take
they
that
um
game.
and they gravitate towards it like a moth to a light, and they just want to extinguish it.
Mhm.
They want to see it go out because they don't have a light inside them, and it's hard to tell when you're kids. But she's right. When you look back, you'll be like, oh yeah, that person probably was one too. That person probably was one too. Out of the blue, they got a target on you for some reason you don't understand. You think it's just a kid thing, but that's just the development of their narcissistic
Mhm.
personality. You know, they're trying out their teeth on you. They're getting their
Yeah,
like a
they're
little
learning. That's what
baby
school is for,
vampire.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're really just hurt kids, and
Mm.
that's a shame. As you get an adult, you see, feel sorry for that one, but yeah, they
Mhm.
made my life hell in school, right? They probably had a hell of a life at home that they were going through.
Yep.
It makes it easy to forgive them too, and so you can forgive a lot of that childhood trauma that other kids caused, and
Mhm.
when you realize that they were just hurt kids, you know? No telling what
And
they were going
that's
through at
probably a
home.
learned behavior too that they learned at home. You
Mhm.
know, they're like, "Oh, my mom is like this, my dad is like this, and they get away with everything. I'm gonna try it." Because one parent or both usually enables. Because they're like, "Oh, not my baby. That my baby would never do that." You know they would, because you would do it. So it's like you just look at them like it, even if it's right in front of them, you could have evidence. They don't care. They will deny it to their dying day. Not my kid. That wasn't me. You're looking at it wrong. I didn't mean anything like that. Really, it was them. I was just reacting to them. And again, they put the responsibility and the accountability on your shoulders. It's never their fault. It's never them. I wasn't even there. Yes, you were. Everybody knew you were there, but they stick to their story and they can wait you out. They can wait you out and they will build up a case against you and just start behind your back, like you said, poisoning the well. They will go friend to friend to friend and make sure you feel as isolated as they want you to feel. Like you could be a little, or you could be like the one nobody talks to. A lot of narcissists have driven people to, you know, the worst scenario because you think you're crazy, because they give everybody one narrative and you're like, but that it didn't happen like that. Like, of course it did. It happened the way I said because I said it. You know, like their word is final and people believe them. Not everybody. You'll get like certain people who can recognize what they're doing, but they're very, very good at winning people over, winning people over to their side. Um, they're very, very good at becoming you, and they'll do it before you can say anything because they defend themselves from the jump. You're still reeling from whatever happened, and they're like, "Oh, they did this," and all of a sudden you're hearing everything they did to you. They're saying you did to them. You know, if they
Mhm.
talk about somebody, they say you talked about that person. You know, and they're like, "Oh, I have receipts," but they hardly ever have receipts because you say, "Well, show them." Well, I will. It's just I got to get through this, and it's always an excuse. You know, they never really show up and say, look, I have proof that they're like this. And eventually people do stop listening to them, but they don't want to be their target. You never want to be the next target because they take that shit personal.
Yeah, and
So
yeah,
you know what they're capable of.
they do know all the buttons because
Mhm.
they've learned them right away. Just the same way they learned
They've
everything about
created
you, so
some of them.
they can mirror you in the beginning and get you to really fall for them.
Oh
They've
yeah.
spent time. They're looking for it. See, normal healthy people, they're not looking for that stuff. They're trying to have a normal relationship. They're looking for
They're
the
trying
at
to
the
share
future.
information. They're not
Yeah.
just looking to gather it on somebody else.
Mhm.
It's almost like investigation, like they're investigating them face to face. And you think, wow, they're super into me. Oh my God, they're interested in my life. And you trust them and you tell them things maybe you wouldn't tell anybody else because you're trying to create like that intimacy. And they take those moments and they just rip you apart with them. Like they make you ashamed to ever have had feelings at all. Like you look at them and you're like, but what? What did I see in you? How did you do this to me? What if I just had said no that day? What if I had done this? And then there's well, some people play what if I treated them better? You know, maybe I could have changed them. You can't change them. They're wired that way. It's not a fly by night thing. It's not a sudden mood. A narcissist is always a narcissist. We're not talking about just somebody with a couple traits here and there. We're talking about full blown out for themselves, will step on anybody kind of narcissist. Now, you figure yours was covert with a lot of malignant traits, right? Winning. Either he muted himself or he lost his internet connection. I don't know.
No, I'm right here. I said it.
Oh, terrible audio.
I'm coming back. It'll be good now.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I mean for most of it, but not all of it. It's okay. I don't need to hear.
Wesley said, or they find that button and prod it. Oh yeah, they love to poke the bear. Love to poke, and then act surprised when you react and say, "Oh, I can't say anything to you. You're so oversensitive. You take everything I say wrong. I'm always the devil. I'm always this. I'm always that." And you're like, "Yeah, like we agree." But they're being, they're being sarcastic. They don't think they did anything wrong. And even if they did, they're never going to say that out loud. You're never going to get that on paper.
Plus the arguments are games anyways.
Yeah.
The arguments.
Oh man, the having receipts, I definitely understand. Oh yeah, they just make it up as they go along. And it doesn't matter. You could have an entire conversation. In fact, they'll be like, I never said that. They lied and they made that up and they typed it themselves or whatever. Anything to throw you back under that bus. They love throwing you under the bus. But what I asked was, now your ex was a covert narcissist with malignant traits, or do you think she was a malignant narcissist altogether?
No, I don't think there's really mix. Honestly, she was definitely a covert narcissist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what you see is that the covert narcissist is able to adopt a lot of the cluster B behaviors, right? They're like almost they're like the craftiest ones that are out there, and they're able to pull in all types of different behaviors. But the essence of them, the true root of them is a covert narcissist, right? And that's what throws people off. Like when you see Amber Heard in there, they were trying to say, oh, PTSD and all this other stuff, right? They're trying to throw out there. They can mimic the traits of other conditions naturally, kind of like like a for camouflage. But that's why that's what makes them covert, right? It's like when we were trying to like figure out what was wrong with her, she'd go along with it, and you go to therapist, and she'd act a different way, right? She'd play a different part. So and that would never last. It was always just a game. They never put any energy into preparing or working things out. They never wanted to work anything out. No way, it can't work anything out because, just that would that would ruin the game, wouldn't it?
That would ruin the game.
So now the game is to think that something's to give you hope and then snatch it away. Oh yeah, we'll go get some help, and then they won't participate in the help. Or they'll act a different way there, or they'll run the conversation away from where it needs to be, and unless you got a really good, highly trained therapist in that area, which you wouldn't know to go to at the time, she'd been through it before, and if you've been through it before, you're not going to stick around. You're going to get the hell out of there. And like Leslie, you'll be a lot stronger for this experience, and you'll be able to get away from the unhealthy ones a lot faster. But I hope that you're still out there trying. I don't know how old you are, or what your goals in life are, but if you're young and you still want to get out there and find happiness, which you should, you can't let them stop you. You still got to take some risks, and just now you're going to be tougher and stronger and smarter, and you'll be able to get out of those situations a lot faster with a lot more confidence, and be like, dodge another bullet. Blame shifting. Exactly. Blame shifting is the biggest thing. So that's why those arguments and those conversations they don't really ever work out. They're actually just it's just a source for them to get supply off of you.
Those people are full of but statements. It's always a but statement. I want to do this for him, but when he gets and it's always like, no. Well, I want to be there, and I want to do all the things he wants, and I want to be the person that makes him happy, but nothing makes him happy. No, so you're blaming everything before that doesn't count. That's all bullshit. All that stuff. They don't want you to be happy. They don't want you to whatever. What they want is they want control over you. They want you to inflate their sense of empowerment. And they want you to be like a lapdog for them until they're done, using you. They want to know that you're there feeding them, and you got nothing left. And then they're just like, oh, all right. And they go find a new supply. They don't even think twice. It could be, from another man, another woman. It could be from a group. It could be from some, activity that they're doing with people. where they shine because that's what they'll do. Anything that's easy, anything that boosts them up. But what I found with a lot of the narcissists that I've had to deal with, and I've dealt with plenty, trust me, they're all out there. They tend to act confused a lot. And then when you try to explain things, they'll take every single thing you say, twist it, turn it, and try to make it like you're crazy. Like it's all in your head. This isn't how I didn't mean it like that. You take everything personally. I can't do anything right. And it becomes oh, you're making me feel bad. And they turn it so that they get to that soft heart of yours. They always count on you having that mushiness to you where you're just like, all right, I love this person. And then you realize later, you're like, but why did they love me? They treated me so good. And you think you made a mistake somewhere until you realize they don't know how to love. They don't even love themselves, to be honest, but they don't know how to be selfless. They don't know how to be considerate because you don't matter. That was always the hardest pill for me to swallow, because it was like, I didn't matter to you at all. Why did you waste all this time? Because it's fun for them. It was fun.
They're after something.
Yeah. You had something they wanted. It might not have been material, but they went after you because you suited their agenda at the time. They were like, oh, I could definitely do something with this one. And maybe they did like you because you were attractive or whatever, but they never really got to know you. They got to know the things that are important to you, but they didn't do it in a caring way. They didn't get the information because they were interested. They got their information so they could be armed. That's their ammo. And they have an endless supply of ammo because they can reuse it. They're just ripping wounds open. You could be healing from something. They will rip that sucker open and they'll belittle you because, oh, that bothered you. Oh, you're not a man. What kind of woman are you that you can't handle this kind of thing? If I had a real woman, if I had a real man, I hate that.
Oh yeah.
Hate that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, always making you question yourself.
Yep. And you're just
in turmoil.
I've grown up. I'm doing what I have to do. I'm doing everything right. Why can I not make this person happy?
Right.
And why?
You're always able to before.
Yeah.
You're always able to get through things before people. Why is this different? Like, what's happening?
And you try to be better each time. You try to be better and better and better. You do more and more and more, and they do less and less and less. So they'll give you smaller and smaller scraps of food until you're sitting there just begging for something, because they starve you. They starve you of attention. They starve you of affection. They starve you of sex. They starve you of love. They starve you of everything. All you get is silence or screaming or violence, depending on their personality and how they decide to fight it. And everybody outside the group, they think everything's hunky-dory because you're the beautiful couple. You're the happy couple, because you wouldn't dare not be happy in front of people when you're with them. Because you made me look like a jerk. You made me look like, if you're so unhappy, get the fuck out. It's your house, but she's telling you, get the fuck out. So it's like, it's very hard. You never know what they're going to do. And they cannot see you happy. You're not allowed to be happy. You're not allowed to succeed. They will do whatever they can to minimize all your accomplishments, all your efforts. And in the end, they convince themselves, because I really do believe they create an alternate reality in their head and they just decide to live there, because that's the only way that it comes across as truth from them. They have adopted that script. That movie is now their life. I always wonder if they're like, if they
method actors.
Yeah.
Method actors. Yeah.
I mean, these are people who are not happy with themselves. So slipping into the role of being somebody else is easy for them. The mimicry is ridiculous.
Yeah. They have no real self inside.
I mean, if you remember, like Amber Heard, how many things did she take from movies? She took storylines from movies. Like, she was the only person in the world to see blockbuster movies, and like nobody was going to make the connection. Like, and I've seen people do that. I've seen them like pull things out of TV shows that I've seen. And I'm like, wow, yeah, I really enjoyed this storyline on Friends. All right. It's like, because after a while you get to the point where you're like, where are you getting this shit from? And you start thinking, I've heard this before. Why does this seem so familiar? But when you're in it, it's so hard to see all the gears that are going, because they don't concentrate just on you. They make sure their efforts are maximized for like maximum trauma, the maximum effect. The less they do, the bigger the splash, and they like it that way. And so they'll take these ideas and run with them, and they're so convincing to other people. But when you're in it, you're just like, you're so off balance because you're getting accused of all these outrageous things you would never do. And you think, people know me. They would never believe that of me. Bullshit. They'll believe it. They'll believe it. People love their drama. They love their drama. And that person is going to have all their flying monkeys who are going to support them and be like, no, oh, she would never. I saw it. That you'll start getting witnesses that were never there about things that happened before they even like came upon the scene, because now they're convinced, because the narcissist is usually really good in practice. They're convinced it happened because it's almost like the Mandela effect. Is that what they call it? Like, you believe you were there. Logic doesn't get in their way. It doesn't get in their way at all. They will twist and turn everything, and whatever somebody says, they just deny it. No. Denial is huge with them. Because if they admit it out loud, then their whole game is blown.
Yeah, that would mean that they're trying to get better, and they're not. They're going to stay right where they are.
Can't be accountable for anything.
Doesn't come. Never comes.
That's sad. Anyway.
It never happens.
Outpost said her dog stepped on a bee. I made the face. You can't see it, but I made the face. Everything becomes conditional. Yes. Everything's transactional as well. Only you're getting screwed on every transaction. You know, you spend your money, they don't care. It's expected. You have expected behaviors, and they will lose their mind if you don't react the way they want you to. I've seen it where you go and do something independently and they find out, oh, no. You can't do anything on your own unless it benefits me. Because then you're not doing it on your own. You're doing it for me. And they'll do that with everything you enjoy. And if you're successful or more successful than they are, and they're not reaping any benefits from it, they will destroy that. And sometimes even when they have more because you're successful, they will sabotage that because you're the one getting the attention for doing better. They don't care how much more they get. They just need you to not succeed. They need you to be under their thumb all the time. And if you're proud of yourself, you're going to be stronger. You know, if you're constantly second guessing yourself, wondering, oh, I did this, and, you know, I thought she was going to react like this, but then she did that, or I did this for him. And, you know, he used to really appreciate something like that. Now he's saying he never liked it. Like, you start to think back and you're like, were they lying to me the entire time? And that's when you get stuck in your head and you start reliving memories and you start looking at things and you're like, oh my God. And you start to get angry and depressed. And it's not a good place to be. It really isn't. And I really suggest you find people who have been through it and have come through the other end. The thing is, like I tell Winning all the time, when you're in hell, there's no point in stopping or going backward. You got to go forward so you get the hell out of it. That's the only way you can get past them. You have to leave them where they are.
Yep.
And grow further. Like, you
hell
just
is rock bottom.
Can't stay. Yeah.
Hell is rock bottom. So it's like there's no place to go but up. You got to get away from it. It's tough. And if you don't have people around you who understand, yeah, that's why you got to get isolated and move on. You know, leave things behind. It's not fun, especially if you've never had to go through it. You know, when you've never been through it before, it's just confusing as hell. It feels like the whole world's crumbling around you. Insane things happening you never thought would happen. You know, even friends that you were with for, you know, majority of your life. It's like, really strange. How do you go on from that? You don't have anything to base anything off of. But there is hope afterwards, and there is life after it, and that's what I can just tell you from having gone through it. Just you just don't see it coming yet, and it's going to be better, and you're going to be stronger for it, and
Absolutely. One of the
places
things.
like this, channels like this, and survivor groups that are out there are places to go to commune with people that have been through it and understand what you've been through better, and it really starts to bring you back to that grounded point where you're like, wow, life is wild,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
life is wild. But yeah, the people that have gone through this and are going through it, they're not alone, and it's just eventually, hopefully, they find the place that they can go to escape it, to learn about it, and to heal from it, and move on, be happy in their lives.
Mhm. Outpost said I would get told off by my folks for going to job interviews because it meant the things they wanted me to do would have to wait because that's their agenda. Their priorities are first priorities. They have to be number one in your book. You're not allowed to be number one. You're not allowed to do what you need to do. You're not allowed to think about yourself. You're not allowed to like succeed. You have to be there for whatever menial task they want, for whatever little vampiric, like emotional drain they feel like doing that day. They can come at you in so many different ways and you don't even know it. Once you're out, you look back and you're like, you can be proud of yourself. Most people, they start off with shame. Like, I can't believe I fell for that. I can't believe I believed in them. And trust me, I'm here to tell you, you should not be ashamed. They are experts at what they do, and your reactions are natural. You believe they love you. You want to be loved. Who doesn't want to be loved? And they're so good that you will buy the whole thing, kit and caboodle and everything. And you fall for it and you fall for them. And the saying love is blind is not, it sounds corny, it's like cliche, but it's cliche because it's true. You love somebody, you don't see their flaws. And if you do, they become like, oh, that's nothing. I could deal with that. They're so great because you blow them up in your head. You idealize them. And that's what they want. They want to be worshiped. So they make sure that the only way they're going to be happy is to be worshiped. It becomes part of your day. It's just who you are. You think of them first. When you get to that point where you're thinking of them before you're thinking of yourself all the time, I'm not talking like to do nice things. Every day becomes conditional on their mood, what they're doing, and they will set the tone for you.
A
You can wake
healthy
up in a good mood. That ain't
a
lasting.
healthy person a healthy person's going to want you to have self-respect, and they're going to have self-respect too.
Mm-hmm.
That's healthy, right? And that's one of the key things that you can really use to move forward, is to understand that self-respect has to come first, because if you don't respect yourself, you can't respect others. You lie to yourself, you lie to others. That's them. But so they don't want you to be there. They don't want you to have self-respect. They want you to focus on them. So that makes it easier for them to start the abuse. Once you're doing it that way, you're go friend for them constantly in every way, shape, and form. You've lost your self-respect. Now it's easier, or your self-respect has been injured, and now it's easy for them to attack it,
Mm-hmm.
and on every level. You won't even see it coming because it's a very subconscious thing. So that's what to look for too, in a healthy partner, is someone who does have that self-respect, that will care for themselves in a healthy way. And that's not mean they're selfish. That's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference there, but
Trying
self-respect
to
just means
improve themselves.
that you're going to be good so you can be good for other people. That means taking care of yourself. That means sticking to as a man, it means sticking to your purpose, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and in other areas. And see, when they're trying to get you to focus on them, they're pulling you away from your purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what's going to be attractive to a healthy person, when they see you, um, with self-respect. They see you pursuing your purpose. They see you, um, you know, being able to not fall for, not bow down to others in a disrespectful way to yourself. Being kind to others, yes, but, yeah. So that's pretty much that. Hey, what's up,
Well, that's
Jacob
the
Peace? How
thing.
you doing?
Engage. Hey, Jacob. Jacob said, I think I'm still drunk. Awesome. Should be a great time this morning. With the narcissist, I derailed. God damn it.
It's all right.
What was the last thing you said? Do you remember?
No, I was just talking about self-respect and how that's, the key, you know, to to a healthy person is self-respect isn't selfish. Self-respect is just taking care of yourself and being healthy within so you can be healthy outwardly toward other people. Not
Yeah,
standing for
whatever thought I had,
abuse or
that's
bad
gone.
behavior. That's okay. I can tell that we're getting ready to kind of shift over to either another question or another comment or another topic. But I got a few more minutes with you. Told myself I'm only going to do an hour worth of songs with you, so you can have your show and do your thing. But I'm going to be out of here in a few more minutes. If Wesley has any more questions or needs and he wants to hear any more of my points of view, I'd be happy to share. And I hope everybody's having a great day, and you continue to have a great day.
You're so sweet. Outpost Nerd said, I got fed up with them and did this whole speech on how I know my self-worth and it's more than it is in their eyes and how they're not going to tell me to be quiet anymore. And it's good to stand up for yourself. You might want to check the anger level when you do deliver that because you can get worked up. I'm not talking about you, nerd. I'm talking about anybody. When you stand up for yourself, that's what I want to say. It drives them crazy. And let me tell
Yeah.
you, once you leave the narcissist, like that closed door that we talk about, don't engage with them. Don't engage with their friends. They may like cuddle up to you and be like, oh, you can talk to me. Don't, because they're just running their mouth right back to that person. That's
Yeah,
all they are. They're there
a
to get
setup.
information and go back. Yeah.
Well, it's a setup. It's a setup.
Yeah.
Especially, and you could never let your guard down again with them. Never. They'll want you to. They'll try to come at you in a different way and try to act like, okay, well, that was the past. Now maybe we can try to be friends now or something. You can never trust them again. This is the way it is.
Nope.
I got fooled on that one a bunch of times too, and that just means they're trying to get away with something.
Yeah.
They're still gonna be dishonest to you. They're still gonna play the same games. It's gonna look a little differently.
Yeah, they want that kind of leverage. They want that gotcha moment. And if they can't get it, they'll manufacture it.
Yep.
They never go quiet. Like there's always that little, they got to give those little digs. Like
Yep.
if they do see you, if you run in, they'll be like, oh, it's good to see you. I mean,
Mm-hmm. Well,
like
Wesley,
that,
man,
I guess.
I'm glad
Like,
Wesley says it's definitely was great to hear this. Yeah, definitely come back, Wesley. And if you haven't looked into survivors of narcissistic abuse, covert narcissistic abuse, look out there. There's Facebook groups you can join. They're really helpful. It's good to be around people and talk about these things. You'll see the stories too. You'll see other people's stories and how they match up to yours. It's a script they follow. So a lot of people will be able to share their stories with you, and you'll find yourself on the other side of it and actually helping people through it at one day. And best of luck with all that, and I hope to see you around. And definitely come check out my channel. I do interesting things over there as well. An outpost. I hope for you that you're working on getting, now that you have a job, to really focusing on yourself and getting. I don't know if you're still living with them or not. I think you are, but you need to get your own place, man. It's time to leave the nest and get your own place, and that way you can get away from it, and you're gonna feel really good about yourself when you're walking into your own apartment or your own house, and it's just you and your world. Your world. You got all your nerd stuff up on the walls, and it's all you got your pets, you got your dogs, whatever you want. It's all your world, man. That's the next step for you, buddy, and I hope you get there.
aw, that's so sweet. Wesley, I threw Winning's link up there. If you want to visit his page, sub to him. Maybe he's got tons of different videos that you could look at, tons of lives. He talks about all the veils, the way people trick us, the things that we fall for, how we get sucked into these groups that are, they're draining their mind, controlling, they're brainwashing you. And they keep
A lot
you
of
from
societal
seeing the
stuff.
bigger picture.
A lot
Yeah.
of societal stuff. I also do like fun. I do also do interviews
There's
on the
so much
weekends.
stuff. Yes.
Yeah, I do a lot of different things over there. It's a variety show. It's a variety show. I have a good week planned coming up. I also do Repairing History on Thursdays, which is about healing division between the races, and with Gary Lamb. That's one of the flagship shows I have over there. So if you're into that, you'll enjoy it. I got a great crowd. A lot of
He
cool
does.
people hang
He
out.
has a great crowd.
So
But yeah, I would definitely check him out.
But anyways, guys, I'm gonna take off, Shelly. And enjoy the rest of your show. Play awesome. Do awesome. Everything's about music with me. So anyways, guys, crowd, everybody, nice meeting you, Wesley. Rest of you guys have a beautiful day, and I'll see you soon. Until then, keep on winning.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Isn't he adorable? He's adorable. Wesley said, I can recall the crazy amount of times I had asked to leave, but felt trapped. It took a mental breakdown, unalive attempt to finally escape. So yeah, definitely get away to find peace. The thing with the narcissist that I encountered, when I started to get that feeling of this is not normal, like this is not right, and I started doubting myself, I would look at other things. I would examine the other things and be like, okay, he's pulling away from me, but he doesn't want me to go anywhere. So it was like, okay, you sit here. I had to sit in my place where he wanted me, and I wasn't allowed to act outside of the character he wanted me to be. So if he needed the attention from other people, he would tell me, you need to be quiet, you're too loud. Or if he had a point to make, I could be backing him up, but because he needed to make the point, he needed to be the brilliant one, you know, he would tell me, can you just don't talk? Like, what, you're talking over me, you're trying to say something, dude, like I'm giving you like props, like what is wrong with you? And it's something that they would celebrate before, so you learn that this was something that made them happy. Now all the things that made them happy don't make them happy, they make them angry. But they wait, like they'll do that sly little passive aggressive aside in front of people, like the indirects, just, but you know it's you because it hits, you know, they know what button to push. But then, you know, you get into private and they'll just rip into you and you don't know what's going on because they've been smiling all night long, and all of a sudden it's just screaming at me and I'm wrong and I'm this and whatever. And you just don't know what to do. They like to keep you off balance. You know, the more insecure you feel, the more you're going to cling to them, because what do? We want to fix them. We want to help them. We want them to be happy. And we think we can do it because we did it before, right? We did it before. You know, yeah, there were a few rocks here and there, but we were happy. And then you realize you were not happy. You were just used to being at that level of miserable. That became the norm for you. You know, and that's what's so draining. That will age you, and it will make you bitter to where you don't want to trust anybody because you're like, no, I trusted this person over and over. That's the statement. I trusted this person over and over. And well, I got to get started today. Love you, Shilling. Talk to you later. Love you, nerd. Don't worry about your parents. Go take care of those kids. Mwah. Have a wonderful day. By the way, everybody, it is 9:08 on Monday morning on the East Coast. It is September 25th. October is right around the corner. And you know what that means. That means apple pie and cocoa. And you get to start your fire pits up at night and just go out and sit by them. If you're lucky enough to have one. I'm going to have one someday. Even though I have to just light the damn house on fire. Wesley said it's 6:08 in Cali. All righty. Now it's 6:09. The thing that I was talking about, the what ifs, there was a song I heard, and I love this song. There's different kinds of what ifs. Now, there's the what if when you're in a relationship and you look back, and it doesn't have to be a narcissistic relationship. It could be any relationship. You look back and you're like, there are pivotal moments where you know your relationship changed, or you know their attitude changed, or you know your feelings changed. Because it's not always them. Sometimes it's you. But I tend to think it's both parties. Nobody's ever blameless. But the weight of the blame, now that the percentage, that's varied. Like, I mean, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect in a relationship. Some people are a little too needy. Some people are a little too, free with whatever the hell it is they like. Like, they could be loud and boisterous, and maybe the person doesn't like that. They used to, but now it's like, okay, like, that's enough. They start to get, like, you notice they start to get irritated with normal things that you do. And it's they point out these things that you do, and you're like, okay, but I've been doing that for a year, and now you have a problem? Like, it's just, you're like, why didn't you say something sooner? Well, it didn't bother me then. Well, why does it bother you now? What changed? That's the question you have to ask. Not what am I doing? It's why do you feel different? Why don't you like it? Do you not like that the action, or do you not like that I do it? Because if somebody else does it, they're okay with it. They might even think it's cute. But if you do it, you're wrong. And, oh, I can never take you anywhere. God, it's horrible being out with you. Oh, what are people going to think of us? That's the biggest one. They'd love to throw that in your face. What is everybody going to think of us? Oh my God, they're going to know. They're going to blame you because they know it's not me. Really? Oh, come on. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that you do this kind of thing. Everybody knows. Like, for me, I'm loud. I curse a lot. I make inappropriate jokes. I make inappropriate statements. They're not always jokes. Sometimes I truly mean them. I don't lie. People love to call me a liar lately, and it just tickles me because I'm like, really? I haven't lied this whole time. I'm consistent. The hell are you? And you get defensive, but the thing is, no matter how tempting, you can't play their game. You just got to shut them down. You shut them down, you block them out, and you don't engage, no matter what. And they will threaten at some point. They'll be like, you know what? I should just go and tell everybody. I'll show them all this, the text messages. I'll do this. I'll do that. And I'll expose you. And you almost become paranoid because you're like, damn, they sound so confident. Did I do something that could be misinterpreted? Did I talk about somebody? Because that's the thing. This person is your person. You tell them everything. So they have all this information where you might have been venting, or you had a bad day, or yet went 3 days without sleep, all these different things, and they'll use them against you. And they'll say, well, you did this. Okay, if I stepped out of my face, like once, you're going to use that as a barometer for like my entire life? Like, now I get painted with that brush and that brush only? Are you kidding? You're almost incredulous because you can't believe the lengths these people go to just to have like an iota of dirt on you. I mean, they spread rumors. They'll run around and be like, oh, look, I know this person. You don't know them the way I do. And they're hiding this from you. I'm going to tell you a secret because I trust you. And then they tell one person their quote unquote secret, which is usually bullshit. And then it goes because you're being told this secret with the intention of tell everybody, but it's not her or him that's telling the secret, right? It's not them that's going around. They only told one person, and they will cling to that. I needed somebody to talk to, and I guess it slipped out, but it had to be, it had to be talked about. Oh, okay. So you talked to one person, that person talked to what, like 400? Because that's what it looks like. Because that's what they do. They pick a person who they can manipulate. That's their quote unquote friend. It's somebody who really doesn't have a lot of friendships. And even if they do, they feel special with that person. And they'll do anything in their power to keep their place in their life. So this is a person you just go, okay, I just need you to just listen to me. They're not going to just listen. They're memorizing what you say, and they are going to run out that door and tell everybody, because how dare you hurt my friend? How dare you hurt my brother? How dare you hurt my sister? Anybody, they'll tell the biggest mouth that they can, and they know that person will spread it. And it's expected because that's what they do. But they're useful. That we call them useful idiots sometimes. Like Keffels. Keffels was a useful idiot for her group. You know, and I know tons of people who are just like, they're the mouthpieces because the narcissist doesn't know how to manipulate anymore without looking like a guilty party. You know, they still have to look like the victim. They're not allowed to be strong for themselves. So they have other people defend them. And I mean, that's a huge red flag. I don't want to get like so behind. Oh yeah, weather is finally getting nice here. Can't wait to start sparking up the fires. Yeah. Yeah, too dry, even North Cali for a fire pit. Well, yeah, no, you just went through that whole thing. But you just had like all these storms. Would the ground just suck it up? But have front yard garden with fairy lights and rockets. Oh, I love that. What are people going to think of us? Me and my buddy both had kids, but people think we're gayer than a $3 bill. We don't give a fuck what people think. Well, you get to that point, but in the beginning, you're losing people left and right. You know, you had this big social circle. You know, you were a part of something. You were, you know, a cog in the machine. You were essential. And then all of a sudden you find out you're not essential. They're like, oh, look at him working so hard. He's not even attached to anything. You become the joke. You become like that piece of crap that you all made fun of before. Because trust me, like the one with the narcissist, when you were with them, you adopt some of their behaviors because you want acceptance. You might not do it consciously, but you start to become like them in little ways. Their behavior kind of gives you a permission to be mean or to be spiteful. And it happens a lot. You know, you act out of character. And that's what people remember. They're like, oh, well, you know, I remember when you did this. And the narcissist is so happy because that was the point of letting you do it, to let you besmirch yourself. And then they take that and run with it. And it's like, oh, now I'm a horrible person for it. But at the time, you encouraged me to do this. You thought it was funny. You thought it was, so clever. We're all going to have a great laugh. The social circle supported that type of behavior. And then when you get to the point where you're like, that's not me. And you will do that. If you get away from that person, from that group, you're going to look back and go, oh my God, the way I acted. That's what you have to learn to forgive. You know, that's a big what if. Cali Dirt's dry as hell. It's the reason I broke my arm as a child. Okay. Lady Autumn Sky, good day to you. I hope it's a sunshiny day for you. Lucas, okay. All right. I'm confused, Jacob. Why do they think you're gayer than a $3 bill? Because you guys like what? I don't. I'm just stuck on that statement. Okay, so the what ifs. That's one of my favorite songs. It starts off with, what if I hurt you? What if I leave you? What if I find somebody else and I don't need you? What if this goes south? What if I mess you up? What if I break your heart in two? Then what? And he's like, I hear you, girl. I see you, girl. Not so fast. Before you make your mind up, I got to ask. And he goes the other way because she's what ifing negative. He goes the other way. He says, what if I was meant for you and you were meant for me? What if this is it? What if we're meant to be? What if I'm not one of those fools playing some game? What if I hold you close? What if I lean in? What if the stars line up and it's our first kiss? What if someday, baby, I want to change your name? What if I love all these what ifs away? When I first heard that song, I froze because I'm very good at the what if negatives, but the what if positives, I can't. I'm almost afraid to go there because that is such a slippery slope for me. Like, I can be in that negative. Kane Brown, yes. Well, I'm not singing Kane Brown. I was saying the lyrics because it's two sides of the same coin, Jacob. You have the positive and the negative, and it depends on where you live, how it's going to affect you. But both sides, to me, are dangerous. Sometimes they're necessary because you have to think, and examine everything and process everything. Ex-submariner, it's the only queer near the pair. So it's only queer near the pair. Only queer near the pair. Near the pair or near the pier? Because I'm so confused. I mean, I know when you're in the Navy, you automatically get like the pier. There you go. I know when you're in the Navy, you automatically get like that ribbing. They automatically, you're in the Navy, yeah. My father was in the Navy. He was always a little light in his loafers. I think it's because his brain just wasn't there. Autocorrect for Apple keyboard. Listen, we get the most hysterical autocorrects around here. I freaking love them. Never apologize for an autocorrect. You're going to learn very quickly. My channel, my chat, you can pretty much say anything. If you're not going to get me yeeted, that's awesome. Don't say the no words. Don't get me yeeted, and don't fight with anybody. You can discuss, you could whatever, but show respect for my chat. I allow you to say anything. Just, you might have to change some words around because YouTube doesn't like it. But this is a place where you can be yourself. You don't have to put on any kind of act. You can be brutally honest with us or yourself. You could just sit there and lurk and listen. I have a lot of lurkers. Lady Autumn's guy said, wait a minute, did you say Kane Brown? Is that the fool that got lost on his own property? Oh, damn, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, the one that sings the what if song. I'm saying that the what ifs, they can go either way. There's positives and there's negatives. Somebody who has been abused. Like, okay. So you have no history of me. So I don't come up here and just spout things that I read in a textbook. I am not a doctor. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a survivor. And I mean, I minimize it, but I mean, I survived decades of abuse and I still can love. I'm at that point where I don't believe it would ever be reciprocal. And like I always say, I'm a giver. Yeah, I'm a giver, but I'm not a taker, and I'm not going to push the envelope. If it's not given freely, then I'll just keep status quo until I can't anymore. Look it up. Pretty sure that fool got lost on his own land. I mean, in his defense, I don't know the story, but some people, like, when they get money, they buy a lot of land. I mean, how many acres did he have? Were there trees? Trees can mess you up. Were there hills? Maybe he went over a hill and he wasn't used to it. And I don't know. Maybe he fell and bumped his head. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he smoked some weed and said, I'm going to go for a walk. That's never a good idea, by the way. If you do that, bring a buddy who is not high. Grab it. This channel does not give legal, medical, or any advice. This channel is for educational and entertainment purposes only. And this is the shit we have to do because people out there are, thieves. Yep, and he had to get rescued by Ryan Upchurch. Wait, Ryan Upchurch, is that the? I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. How the hell do you really? This I'm so glad I have this on like low latency. How the hell do you not only get lost on your own land, but have to call a neighbor to get you out? Yep, another fool moving here thinking he's gonna have land to be a country boy, and he's just a fucking fool. Girl. Rabbit said last post I'm driving. If you could all send some wonderful calming and then healing energy out to Rabbit. She's going for her root canal. And anybody who doesn't know Rabbit, Rabbit is the GOAT. She's the mod to end all mods. She's fantastic. She's a wonderful lady. She's got a beautiful heart, and we all love her. So you mess with Rabbit, the internet will come down on you. We know people. Yeah, them Cali edibles keep my ass home. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is Tennessee. Of course, there are trees and hills. I know. I was being funny. Yes, ma'am, that right. I think we got a super chat. Aw, he said, good luck, Wabbit. Rabbit is amazing. On here, Rabbit is my top mod. So, and then Lady Autumn Sky is, she's one of my mods. She has twins though, so I can't. They have to take precedence, but she's a very good mom. Very kind lady. She will never say anything to make you feel weird or whatever in here. Most of my chat is welcoming. Occasionally you'll run into somebody who's an ass, like Sean D, but he's not like a mean ass. He's sarcastic, and it's in his name. And don't be confused. He calls me Trish. We don't really know why he came up with Trish, but apparently Trish is my name. I'm Shelly. That's my actual, name, but he calls me Trish. So don't be confused if you see him. So the what ifs. I tend to be a dreamer. I tend to work things out in my head, and if they're not working out the way I want them to, I'll take a step back for a minute and think into the whole, oh, if you'd only not said this, only if you'd done that, if only you had talked to this person instead of that person, if only when they were mad, you recognized it quicker. And then it's like, what if I never met them? Where would I be now? And those what ifs, you go further and further and further back. And some people get to the point, they're like, what if I'd never been born? Would it have made a difference? It absolutely would. It absolutely would. But they can push you to where you're questioning your own existence, your own purpose. Because they took your purpose from you usually. Like somebody will come along and play with your heart and play with your mind, think nothing of it. And they either walk away because now you're no fun, you're all broken. Or, you walk away from them because you're like, they broke me. But, even broken crayons still color. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm going to get through this. My cat is trying to push me off the chair. I apologize. I'm trying. She's literally got her feet on my back and she's pushing me off the chair. Come on. That would be Snips. Snips she is the queen bitch in my house. I pretend to be the head of my house. No, she's the one. She just rules everybody. But yeah, those kind of what ifs, that was the kind that always hit me. Now, to understand that, I didn't suffer like abuse as much as an adult as I did as a child and as a teenager. So everybody knows that I don't go into details, but my father molested me from when I was 3 through 9. And I was finally able to break away from him. And it was, a weekly thing for all those years. Sometimes he didn't show up, which was a great week for me. But Nobody protected me. Nobody took care of me. I basically was told, you're the problem. You should have stopped him. You're dirty. You should be ashamed. I don't want to hear you anymore. That was really when I guess I lost my shine in my family. Because when I was really little, I was the only one. And so they loved me. They had waited 15 years for me. And I came along and I was adorable. I was such a pretty baby. And I was quiet. I didn't cry. I went wherever you wanted to go. I didn't get car sick. I didn't get seasick. It was perfect. Except that I was afraid a lot because my father was very abusive toward my mother in front of me. I got to witness that and I got to know, if it wasn't for these dogs of mine, and I'm not getting into that story, I'm the one he would be hitting. I'm the one that would have to take that. So then I got to have that guilt of, is he hitting her because he can't hit me? And you almost want to be like, no, look at me, hit me, but you can't because you'd never survive it. So, I have a lot of guilt from that because he took it out on my mother when he couldn't take it out on me. And then later he took it out on me when he couldn't take it out on my mother. So he made sure that we were weapons to be used against one another. I love my mother. I do. I love my mother. But she's probably the most toxic person in my life. But I don't have any fathers left. I don't have another mother. I don't have any grandparents left. My mom is it. I don't even have aunts or uncle. Well, I have an uncle, but whatever. He's more toxic than she is. So I just avoid him at all costs. But my mother she's self-centered. She thinks only about herself and her husband. There's very little regard for me, very little care for me. And there never was. When I was really little, at least I had my grandparents, they worshiped me. And then when my grandmother discovered this, I wasn't the golden child anymore. I wasn't, what they waited for. I was something else entirely. And whatever praise I got, that was taken away. That was replaced with, you just like your father. Go ahead, go do that. You're going to do what you want anyway, whether it's right or wrong. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Those are the ages that shit happened. I wasn't developmentally ready to make any of the decisions they had me make on my own. But they cut me off. And as a kid, I started getting lost in books and thinking, what if I'm adopted? What if he's not really my father? And I remember it now, how often I thought, well, maybe he's not my father. So, okay, so I'm not as bad because I'm nothing like him. And I would distance myself and I would put up walls. And then my mother would start in and I'd be like, all right, well, I don't act like her either. And my whole family got to the point where they treated me with so much contempt and disdain that I really wondered if I came from that family because they were so foreign to me. I was nothing like them. I'm still nothing like them. They're all bitter. And it's just my father knew what they were like. Trust me, he would tell me ad nauseum what was wrong with my entire family. What was wrong with my uncle and what was wrong with my mother and, all the horrible things about my grandmother. So I would go home with all these horrible things in my young head and it was overwhelming. So I would react with anger or with tears, or I would just break down, and I always got punished for it because they said, you always come back in a bad mood and then you take an attitude with us or you do this with us. But nobody was thinking, oh, she's traumatized. She's in a lot of pain, physical fucking pain, and she doesn't know what to do with it. Yeah, she's pissed off. I was pissed off, but I was also scared. So I would get sent to my room and, it was like, go upstairs. I can't stand to look at you. That was always fun because then I'd be by myself upstairs with no TV, no radio, no nothing. And the what if? oh God, what if I just hadn't gone today? What if he didn't show up? You know, what if he had another kid? And that would teach me, like, that would take me down a road that I didn't want to go down. Because what if he has another kid? What if he's doing this to them? And then one day I was watching a movie. He allowed me to watch a movie because it was a sleepover weekend, which always sucked. And I was watching Aliens. And he was feeling some type of way. And instead of doing something to me, he took my cousin and he took him upstairs. And I got to sit in that living room on the floor in front of that fucking movie that I hate with a passion and hear the screaming and the crying and the please don't, please, it hurts, don't do that, no, please, why? It was always why. I got to hear like everything. I didn't have to be in the room. I felt everything. His voice haunts me. The screams. Because I took that guilt on myself. You know, I said, what if he'd just done that to me instead? Then this kid wouldn't be going through all this pain. I loved my cousin. You know, it took years for me to figure out what he did to make him make those sounds, those screams. And it was horrible. I'm detached from it in so many ways. I don't know if you could even hear how just like my insides freeze when I think about that, what he went through. And my brain always says what he went through for you, because of you, because you were too tiny. That was the problem. I was really, really small. He was a bruiser. There's no way I wouldn't have gone home with complete damage. And he knew that. So he chose not to do that to me, but to have me witness it from afar. So it would always be in my head. Those are like the what if statements for me. What if he had just said, you know what, she's really tiny and I can't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know, what if my cousin didn't take my place? What if he wasn't there? You know, what would have happened? And that drives me crazy because I can't undo that for him. He won't even discuss it with me. I've tried. And he's just like, you remember that? I remember. And he won't talk about it, but he will tell me, you know, it didn't happen a lot, but it was always, you know, because of you. Because you couldn't do that. Because he'd go to jail if he did that to you. Because there'd be evidence. Whereas his mother didn't give a shit. What if somebody had stepped in and stopped him? People knew. You know, when somebody has that much control over you, that much power, you're helpless as a kid. This is somebody that you're supposed to trust, and they are destroying you. And they're destroying the people around you. And what my family did was they put me in a closet somewhere and left me there. I was a skeleton now. I was a secret that couldn't get out. So what do? As soon as, you know, the internet is great and YouTube becomes a thing and I have a chance to talk about it, I just tell the freaking world what happened. Because you know what? Fuck them. Fuck them. What if I had said something earlier to like everybody? What if I had blasted out to the universe when he was still alive? Because he died, thank Christ. But what if I had said something to like everybody I met? Do you think it would have made a difference? I don't know that it would have. I don't. What if I would have told my stepfather, Daddy, what was going on? Because he had no clue. No clue. He thought I was safe you know, that my father wouldn't do anything to me for the fear of God, which was mainly the fear of my dad. Yeah, it was. And I know, I'm like, what if somebody had told him? What if I had told him? I don't think my father would have stopped, except that daddy probably would have unalived him. I mean, there's no probably about it. There would have been no, oh, you're never going to do this again. You stay away. There would have been no stay away from my daughter. There would have been, oh no, you have to go night night now permanently. Like, there's no way he would have controlled that temper of his. Not when it came to me. He would have destroyed my father. And I would have felt bad. Because, you know, regardless of what he did, he was my father. I loved him. It was wasted because he never appreciated being loved. He didn't want to be loved. He wanted to be in control. He wanted to dole out the pain as he saw fit. And that's what he did. Sending you calm, healing energy, wishing the staff at the office are all in a good mood. And they're ready and on top of their game. Oh, wait, Rabbit, that was for you. Yeah, that was for Rabbit. Lady Autumn, Lass is sending you calm, healing energy. I kind of want to call you Lady Awesome today because I think you need it. She's Lady Awesome. So Lady Awesome was wishing you calm, healing energy, Rabbit, and that the staff at the dental office are all in a good mood, ready, and on top of their game. A broken clock is still right twice a day. Yeah, I know. When I was a kid and I finally got away from him, I couldn't remember for years. Nothing. And then, you know, I grew up, my family, they treated me like I was furniture. You know, just be there, be quiet. It'd be great if you stay in the other room so we don't see you. You know, I never talked at meal times because nobody wanted to hear what I had to say. You know, I very rarely opened up to anybody. I mean, the first time I tried to, you know, unalive myself, I was 12. And the only reason that stopped was because everybody was screaming at me and yelling at me and what the hell is wrong? All I said was, I said to somebody in school, God, I wish I was dead. And they were like, how would you do it? I was like, I don't know. I guess I'd like, you know, I'd find a GUN and probably do it that way because I knew where one was. And that was in the plan. And I went home, not thinking anything of it. And these parents show up at like 8:00 at night to talk to my grandmother. And they come in and I'm like, what is going on? And they're like, yeah, we heard about today. And they tell my grandmother all this stuff. And she doesn't get like, oh my God, oh my, why? Like, what's going on? None of that. She, Thank you, ladies, for coming by. This is none of your business. You can leave. I will take care of this. Very efficient. Very efficient. And they were like, okay. She was like, this is my house. She was like, thank you for telling me, but I'll take care of this. If you'd leave so that I could talk to her before bed. And they did. They left. And they left thinking, oh, pat on the back. We saved this one. No, you didn't save shit. My grandmother turned to me and she was furious. Furious. There was no, oh, honey bunch, what's the matter? Why would you feel this way? There was, this is what you're doing in school? I gotta have these people come to my house and tell me things about you I don't know. This is humiliating. And it was just like, really? And then I got the exact same speech from my mother. And I got told, do not tell my grandfather. Do not tell my uncle. Well, my mother told my uncle. And my mother told Daddy, my stepfather. And my uncle reacted the way my uncle reacts. He said, "You're just doing it for attention. Fucking grow up. Grow up." Okay. I mean, if I was doing it for attention, I would have said it to them, but whatever. And I couldn't say this to him because he would have thrown me across the fucking room. Everybody reacted with anger, blaming me, saying I was wrong. No, nobody asked why I was so depressed, why I couldn't remember things. They didn't care. They didn't know anything about me, my family. They still don't know anything about me. And my father didn't talk to me. Like, Daddy didn't talk to me that night. It was a Friday night when the whole, the thing happened on Thursday night. But Friday night, I was going home with, my mother and my stepfather with Daddy because I spent the weekends with them. And the whole car ride home, he didn't talk. He didn't put the radio on, which was very out of character for him. He was just very, very quiet. And every time my mother started talking, he'd go, "Not now, Marion. Not now. I can't deal with you right now." I walked on eggshells for 2 days. And then finally on that Sunday, I was like, "I know mommy told you." I was 12 years old. I was like, "I know mommy told you, what I said." And he was reading his paper. He folded the paper. He put it down. He said, "Sit down." I was like, "Okay." I sat down and he was like, he was very calm about it. And he took his glasses off. He rubbed his eyes. He put them back on and he looked at me. He looked so old to me. He was only, he was 33 at the time. But he looked so old to me because it looked like he'd been through the ringer. And I didn't realize that I was the one that did that to him until he looked at me. I was expecting him to yell at me like everybody else did. And he said, "Why would you even think of something like that? Nothing is ever so bad that you can't talk to me." He was like, "You would just leave me like that? What would I do without you? What would any of us do without you?" He was like, "But you know what? What would I do without you? Who would I talk about? Who would I brag about? I'm making a dollhouse for you from scratch. For what? I do everything I can to keep you safe, make you happy. What is making you feel like it's okay to just leave? You know it would break my heart. So why would you do it?" He was very, very calm. And he was like, "Tell me what I can do so you don't think that way again." Now, number one, my mother was furious that this was his reaction. Number two, I didn't know what to tell him because I didn't know what was bothering me. I didn't know what was weighing me down. And repressed memories are still memories that are there. Your subconscious, your body, everything reacts to their existence. It's just you're not reacting knowingly. Your body remembers. Bodies remember a lot. I have phantom touches all the time. And they're not good. I will literally sit there and I'll be shaken because I just have a memory hit me out of nowhere. Or I'll smell something and it's like, oh my God. It's a trigger for me, believe it or not. And turquoise jewelry. The blue jewelry with the black lines or white lines or whatever. I forget what color lines they are. But all I have to do is see that turquoise color. And I'm right back. Because he loved turquoise. My fat fuck of a father. That fat bastard loved his rings. He loved his pendants. He loved his hat clips. Everything was freaking turquoise. because he thought himself an Indian. He wore a cowboy hat, but he thought himself an Indian. I mean, that's what this man, it was just stupid. He was brilliant, but stupid. And he could do that because people just accepted him as he was. You don't dare talk about Danny. Oh my God. Never say a word against him because he would come at you with everything he's got for the slightest transgression. He didn't care. He didn't care. The world existed to make him happy. And he made sure of it. He made sure of it. Wesley said, man, it's tough dealing with abusive fathers. I didn't get hurt, but dad had a temper and would clash with my sis. But then years later, when they're gone, it's hard to reconcile. It is. It's very hard, especially when you don't see the end coming. I always thought I had time. I mean, I was only 20, I was 28 when the fat bastard died. And I hadn't seen him in like face to face in years. I knew he had like pictures of my daughter that he got from like his aunts. I knew he had taken pictures of me through the window at work. And I had seen him around, but ever since the day that I hit him in the head with a can of hairspray, he didn't, try to make contact. He'd call my house once in a while because, of course, my grandmother never changed her phone number. And he knew that the only person who answered the phone in the house was me. Unless it was during the day and it was just my grandmother home. But if she was home and I was home, no, it was my job to answer the phone. By the third ring, mind you. So he would call. And he would, just sit there and, hey, what are you doing, Shelly? And I'd freeze. Because I could pick that voice out of anywhere. He had a real, like, deep voice. Right now, my mother kind of sounds like him. But he sounded like a growling bear all the time. All the time. And it was very distinctive and it was scary. It was so scary. Wesley said, dad passed in his sleep, so definitely get that too. Yeah, and my father never copped up. He never stepped up and said, yeah, I was wrong. And because I knew he wasn't. I knew he wasn't sorry for what he did. He was wrong, but not in his eyes. In his eyes, I was his property. He made me. He owned me. Oh, he told me that like all the time. I made you. I could do whatever I want. Really? Like I had no answer for that as a kid. And I was trained to keep my mouth shut. I learned to disassociate and to like basically shut down my feelings and kind of just leave my conscious self so that I didn't feel what was happening to me. And if you don't feel it, it's easy to say that was just a thought that didn't happen. I tried so hard to convince myself that it never happened. Never mind that it happened, hundreds of times. Those days waking up was very hard for me, even as a kid, to get out of bed and go face that and whatever. And I would be like, oh, what if he doesn't show up? Great. And my grandmother never said a word. I love my grandmother. She was my hero. But if you look at any pictures of her from when I was like, I don't know, 6 or 7 on, even her smiles are frowns. Cat, you are very distracting. Get down. They're just driving me crazy today. Because I'm upset and they know that I get, tense and they tend to come around me and they're like, oh no, we love you. You only love me because I feed you. Conditional. those days were the hardest to motivate myself. No matter how young I was, no matter how old I was, I knew what was coming. And it's really hard to take that step consciously. So I would block it out. I would pretend in my head everything's fine. You know, he's not going to show up today because sometimes he skips it. He gets busy. I'm sure today's a busy day. And I would wait. And no matter what, I was disappointed. Like if he did show up, I was disappointed. If he didn't show up, I was disappointed. Because he was my father. You know, I started every single time with him thinking, no, he's not going to do that again because he's my dad. He loves me. No. It was a lot. It was a lot. And I repressed it. And I didn't remember until I was almost 16 years old. 15 was not a good year for me. I was little. I did everything to please my family. You know, I followed my grandmother's instructions to the letter. If she wanted me to study something 50 times, I studied it 52. Like I went above and beyond just to get some type of approval, which I never got. I never got that from my mother. I never got it from my father. Daddy was the only one that gave me complete approval. He took me exactly as I was. And he died when he was 34. That got ripped away from me. So by 13, I was on my own. And my father had a way of making you think things were your idea, that this is something you wanted. You did this, so I couldn't make any other choice. The accountability always landed on me. Like whatever he did, I was the perpetrator. I was the motivator. You know, well, I picked you up. You look so cute. You know, I love pigtails. There's so many things that I did when I was older just to take the power back. I made sure my daughter had pigtails all the fucking time. But my daughter was safe. So I had to transfer that thing. So, okay, what if I had faced all of it sooner? What if I had screamed louder? What if I had, told one of the, men in my family? No 3-year-old's going to go over and say, hey, daddy did whatever, because I didn't understand it. And all I understood was I'm going to hurt your mother and I'm going to kill your grandmother if you say anything. And like I said, he shot my dogs and proved to me that he was heartless. You know, he ripped away my protectors. He ripped away my love, my comfort, and made me watch. That's the first time I've said that without crying. I don't know if I'm a little detached today because I knew what I was going to be talking about, but I did everything right in my head. I did do everything right, but I know I didn't. But the only way I could deal with it is to say you did what you could. And somehow in my head, that makes it right. It's very, very hard to believe that. I would say it to somebody else and be 100% behind it because I believe it for them. I never give myself the same grace I give somebody else. But I mean, in my life, I don't usually get the grace that other people get. I think it's fun for a lot of the narcissists and sadists out there to come at me because I am so strong. I don't want you to think, Wesley, going away that, was conversation got heavy. Yeah. That's what we do here. We tackle the difficult conversations and we bring them out to light and then we heal. There are people who are going to listen to this in private and they're going to realize that I'm really disjointed because it's very hard for me to think in a linear way when it comes to this because everything's connected. It's all, that's my what if. Because when you pull a what if thread in my life, it's connected to so many other things. You're either going to be overwhelmed or you're going to fall apart because it's so much. It's so much. What if he had not done that to me? What if I remembered? Because I honestly think if I had remembered everything he did, I wouldn't have dated the guy that I dated. It was my first boyfriend. You know, I was 15 years old. That he was the cousin of my best friend. How much safer could I be? You know, he never yelled. He was always happy. We used to go to the school dances all the time and like we danced together. We were friendly. It was great. Everything was great. He didn't show any signs of like aggression or malice or, you know, sadism. He didn't look like he liked to hurt anybody. Everybody loved him. He was the life of the party. He had these big ass dimples that could win anybody over. Why are you standing on my back? How about no? Oh God. See, I get like that feeling, and she's like, "What are you doing with? I'm here." Now she's sitting on my back. It's funny. But yeah, he was charming and he was sweet and he was thoughtful and he was so cute. And we dated. We went to the movies. We went to school dances. I was 15. We did the things 15-year-olds did. He never tried to do anything more than hold my hand. Like the first month we were together. And then he moved on. And he, you know, I wasn't ready for anything else. And he was like, "Come on, just one kiss." And, okay. You know, that one kiss turned into like, you know, what we used to call French kissing. And we were making out. But we were out like outside on a park bench, whatever. People would say something, we'd stop and be like all blushy. It was innocent the way kids were innocent. You know, I had this dream. I was saving myself from my husband. That was the way I was raised. I was going to be, you know, an amazing housewife. I was going to have a ton of babies and I was going to take care of my husband and my family. And I would be the next matriarch because my mother don't have it, you know, and it's just like, I had all these plans and all my dreams ahead of me. And he came over one day and he was in a bad mood, which I wasn't used to. And he sat on the couch and he was like, "Sit here." I was like, "What's the matter?" You know, and I went over to make him feel better. I was like, "Oh my God, what's going on? Why are you upset? Talk to me. Like, what, you know, something happened at school, whatever." Because you got to remember, I was 15. And he was like, he didn't want to talk about it. I'll put it that way. And, you know, it started with a kiss. And I was just like, okay, like my mom's not here. That's how like square I was. I was like, my mom's not here. And I'm like really uncomfortable. And I probably shouldn't have let you in, but you seem so upset. And yeah, he seemed so upset. He wasn't upset much longer. I mean, he got what he wanted, but it wasn't my choice. I said no 100 times. And every time I pushed at him or kicked at him, bit him, I'd get hit. And you know, he made sure, even like debased me that he did it on the floor. Like it was a horrible experience, but it's one that I've dealt with because I got to face him. You know, I was with him after that because I couldn't get away from him. He'd just jump out of nowhere and just beat my ass so bad. Broken teeth, bruised ribs, like all sorts of stuff. You know, hold a gun to my head, hold me out the window. Whatever he could do, he did. It got so bad that I was to the point where I was like, if I get you somebody else, would you do it with them and just leave me alone? And he was like, "Yeah, what are you going to do? Call a friend?" I was like, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do." And I did. I called the slutty friend that I had and I said, "Listen, he's here. He wants to have sex. I still hurt. I don't want to. Please, you'll fuck anybody. Can you just fuck him for me?" And she was like, "Yeah, all right. I'll be right over." 10 minutes it took her. I was just like, I didn't even care that I had just told my friend to come over and fuck the guy that I was with because he wouldn't let me go. And that was totally normal to me. Totally normal, because it said to me, you don't have to do it. And she's willing. She likes it. I didn't like sex. I didn't like sex. I didn't like men. Everything terrified me. Everything hurt. He robbed me of so much. And it wasn't getting hit that really bothered me. Because that, honestly, that's never bothered me. It's when you grow up seeing your father literally beat your mother until she's just a black and blue bloody blob, you think violence is always going to be part of it. You just think that's normal. And while I knew it wasn't exactly normal, it was normal for us. You know, it was normal for me to see it. Only this time I was on the receiving end instead of just spectating. Daisy girl. He said the conversation got heavy. All our conversations are heavy. It's weird how we end up looking for the same quality in our partners as in our parents. No, it's true. It's true, because all the things that were characteristics of my father are characteristics of that I'd look for in other people. And he had some very appealing characteristics. It was the rest of him. Like, everybody loved my father. Oh my God. He had more friends than friggin' Jesus, but not me. I was not a fan. Like, just no. But when it came to, like, you know, when I was 15, like I said, he robbed me of everything. That's when my what ifs really started. Like, because I was raised, you save yourself for your husband, otherwise you're ruined. You're a whore. You're this, you're that. And he ruined me. You know, he took the one thing I had to give. He took it violently and painfully. And I'll never forget that he did it, but I don't feel it anymore. I used to be able to feel it happening again and again and again. I could feel every hit. I could feel every humiliation. I don't feel any of them anymore. Because I got to talk to him years later. He showed up at my job. And I was like, what the fuck do you want? Because at that point, I was done being nice. He picked the wrong bitch. And he was like, I really want to talk to you. I was like, get out of my office. I will meet you outside. And you can talk to me there in public. And he did what I asked, which was surprising. And I went out and I sat on the stoop where I worked. And I was like, all right, talk. And he did. He did for like maybe 4.5 hours. And he let everything out. Everything he'd done, things he'd done to me, things he did to other people. What his issues were, what he was working on now, what meds he was on. And believe me, he's on, like, I think last count it was like 7 psychological meds, like 7 head meds. And like not little, not like Zoloft or that's chicken shit compared to the stuff he's on. I mean, he's on heavy duty freaking meds, and he still is a violent fucking prick. And he still harasses me. And I never, like, after that, I wasn't scared of it. But now I'm scared. Because I'm limited. I can't move as fast as I used to. I can't hit him as hard as I want to if I have to defend myself. But I was like, one day I said, he's just never going to go away. And I realized how true that statement is. I was like, all right. What if? What if I leave? What if I get out of here where all the bad memories exist? where all the people who I grew up with know what happened. They knew that I was damaged. Nobody said a word. They'd mock me for it. Absolutely. They'd take advantage if they could. It was a lot easier to gaslight me because I automatically go to that place where I'm to blame. Because between my father and him, I hated everything about me. I hated that I was pretty. I hated that I was sweet. I hated that I was quiet. That I was a very God-fearing child. That I was this old-fashioned thing that didn't think like these girls who went around with their tits out and whatever and go and blowing this guy here and go fuck that guy there. I was not that girl. I didn't even curse. If I said hell and damn, I went to confession. I mean, that's how like square and innocent I was. They brought out the monster in me. They made me feel more dirty with every day. They made me angry. They made me violated and unseen and unheard and just like I was garbage. You know, they made me think I was trash. You'll notice with me, I tend to take words back from people. If you use a word to put me down, I will take that word and own the shit out of it. Why? Because I am talking trash and truths. That's who I am. I turned it around. It took me years to turn that around. That's why I picked that name. I had a whole list of names, and that was the one that was like, yes, bitch, this is you. And then trash didn't even become a part of it for most people. Trash is when somebody reads my name and doesn't know who I am, doesn't associate with me. Once they become friendly, I'm T3, which is a lot cheerier and a lot easier to say, and you remember it, and you know, it's cute. You know, people fuck with me and call me 3T like I'm a toddler shirt. One second. Sounds like he had narcissistic tendencies on top of being an abuser. Well, we were very young. He was the only child, the only boy, I should say, in his family for a long time. So he was used to getting a free pass for everything. I mean, he had balls. He told my mother right to her face what he did. And she didn't do anything. She fed him dinner. What does that tell the person that's, you know, terrified? I thought my mother was going to lose her mind because I wasn't a virgin anymore. And then I thought once she figured out what he was saying, which she did, that she would get angry and throw him out because no, we're not having another one of these type of people around. No. She just shook her head at me. She looked at me. She said, I can't believe you did that. I was like, did you hear him? No. Okay. It was my fault. Always my fault. Wesley, talking trash and truths. I'm tripping because I've been offline close to 100%. Was saying prayers about 15 minutes before clicking on. How you doing, Daisy? You enjoy the Stand, Chick Taylor, who also is ultra conservative church. Her set's hilarious. Okay. Daisy said, my first night off was spend time with someone totally unexpected. Oh, wanting a quiet place to read and study on the good book. I was happy they had their book in hand. Oh, you had a surprise Bible study? You're so cute. The next day wasn't quite as easy on me. They had a childhood of things under Winning's veil. Okay. Good morning, winning reality. You must be tired because you've been running around my head all night. Oh my goodness, Daisy. That's hilarious. Oh my god, she's so funny. Anyway, I can always trust Daisy to give me a little levity, but I do have to get through it. As far as I was concerned, between him and my father, I was ruined. I had no value at all, relationship wise. Like at 15, I knew nothing, but I thought I knew everything. So I made decisions to like never touch another man. I would never love anybody. I would never trust anybody. Yeah, well, when you're 15, you can say never all you want, but never ends an hour from now, a month from now, whatever, when the mood strikes, because you're learning and your brain is fucked up, your hormones are all over, and you're confused. But I made sure I didn't go with any guys. I had a girlfriend. That was weird because I didn't expect that. It's like she just smelled the vulnerability and she went right for it. She was a narcissist. I mean, she once got so mad at me because some guy flirted with me and I just ignored it instead of like going off on him. But I wasn't that person. I was very, very quiet at the time. Because I didn't have anything to say that people weren't going to throw back in my face. So I just learned to shut the fuck up and be just be quirky or whatever. And she got mad at me because he was flirting with me and I ignored him. I wasn't going to shut him down. I wasn't going to fight back. The dude was huge. I was high as fuck. Like she had given me some tablet of something, but all I knew is I saw colors that could not be real. Like they were all fucking like neon colors. And I knew it didn't look like that before I took the damn thing. But she used to just have a habit of, because I had a death wish, she'd be like, here, take this and just throw something in my mouth. And I'd be like, all right. And down it went. And I didn't know what the fuck was coming. And that night she had taken something. So she was feeling some type of way. And she was crazy to boot. So she gave me a Sharpie and a chair. And she said, I want you to write me an apology letter. I was like, okay. I didn't do anything. It doesn't matter. I want a letter telling me how much you love me, how sorry you are, and why you love me. I want nothing but good things. I was like, so basically you want me to write like a bullshit flattery letter to you. Like you want me to kiss your ass. And she was like, yeah. And you're going to do that or, we're done. And I was like, all right, then we could be done. She was like, no, I'll tell your mother. That got me on the chair because she wanted me to write it on the wall. Yes. I had to start in one corner. Couldn't write big. God for fucking bid. I had to do the whole thing. And she had it like sectioned off. She was like, only do it to the window. And then we'll go on the other side of the window. And then we'll go on the other side of the other window. And I was just like, how long is this letter got to be? I'm thinking like one paragraph. I love you. You're beautiful. I'm sorry for whatever I did. Ciao. No, she wanted details. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is the shit that I walked into. Like, I don't know how these people find me, but I get all the wackadoos, all of them. And it's just like, what the fuck, man? Sure enough, I took me hours and hours. I was allowed to smoke while I was doing it. I was allowed to drink while I was doing it, but I couldn't get off the chair. I had to stay on the chair unless I was writing on the bottom. And she made me do it from the ceiling all the way to the floor and from one corner of the room all the way to the other. The only part I didn't do was above and below the windows because there were curtains. But she had me write on her white walls in black Sharpie marker everything that I felt. Even if I didn't feel it, I had to, somehow make it up. And believe me, most of that wall was bullshit. But I had to do it because she wouldn't leave me alone. She would not leave me alone. And she'd already wrecked like most of my shit. Like she went to my house and tore my clothes apart with her teeth. with her teeth. All my clothes, left nothing. Even my socks bit the dust, like everything, because she was that crazy. And she went to go break one of my albums. I told her, I said, you break that album, I'm going to throw you right out that goddamn window. Do not touch my music. And she knew. She was like, she put it right back. I did find a couple albums with scratches in them, though. How long did that take? What? The letter on the wall? Probably the whole night. Because by the time we got home, it was like 1 a.m. I was still tripping. You can't even imagine how crooked. It was like, dear Nancy, and I'm going straight, and all of a sudden, you like curve to the side. And her mother read it, her father read it, and they were like, they didn't yell at me for doing it. They were like, are you okay? Well, more the mother. She was like, are you okay? I was like, I'm fine. She's like, thank you for handling her, because if you didn't do that, we would have had to do it. That was what it was like. Like, she was that much of a fucking terror. And it was just, let me go back. Morning, Suzanne. Now back to being serious. This person is going through the exact subject of this stream. I had to read between the lines somewhat, but they just confronted the family of the abuse. R.I.P. to the property value. Oh, God, no. Oh, Lord. It's funny because when they finally moved, the people that moved in tore the entire inside of the house out. They gutted the whole brownstone. The whole thing from basement all the way to the roof. And I was like, thank God. Because I do not know what, I mean, she painted over it, before they sold the house because they wouldn't have been able to sell it. But I was like, thank God, though, nobody's ever going to see that. Like, it's gone. It's just, oh my God. Inya, good morning. I've been listening off and on. I wake up this morning to work and all my friend contacts are gone. Oh, lovely. That's just great. That's great. Yeah, that's what that happened to me in YouTube the other day. I logged in and everything was blank. And I was like, where'd everybody go? Where are my videos? Where are my lives? Like, what the fuck? I thought I got like deleted. No, it's just YouTube being a punk with a ton of glitches. Daisy, this person doesn't understand the internet or how small groups like this are fighting to show that all of the internet is not evil, and people like us, especially good morning, it's Suzanne, are making changes. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm here for. I mean, what other purpose do I have besides raising my kids? There's so many people out there who cannot talk about it. They have nobody to go to. I mean, I spent Christmas doing a stream, like all freaking night because there were so many people who didn't have a place to go. And I didn't want them to get to that point where they were like, you know what? I'm just going to check out. It didn't matter how much sleep I lost. It didn't matter that I was like punchy from having no sleep and I was just a goofball. I didn't care. As long as they stayed and they talked and they engaged and they felt welcome somewhere. They felt included at a time when a lot of people suffer from severe depression. They try to get through the holidays and they're like, I'm so lonely. I'm so this. And that's all valid feelings, but it can weigh on them. So I was just like, all right, well, I'm here. Come talk to me. Come hang out. Come whatever. And we had a great time. I actually did that with Darth. We did like the whole Christmas Eve, that whole night. It was a wonderful time for him because he's not really used to kindness. And that was like, I was trying to be funny and kind and whatever. And he had a really good time. That was a really good Christmas for him. It was a good Christmas for me because I helped somebody. I helped the gentleman that was in Australia who he was done. He was done. He was too lonely, too much hurt. And I could hear it, and he was planning it. And I was just like, come hang out. You know, I wanted to distract him. I wanted to give him a little joy, give him something to chuckle at, you know, and I did. And I mean, I talked to him months later. He unfortunately did that transference thing where, you know, I'm like, I'm helpful to you, but you don't know me from Adam. I don't know you from Adam, but I made you feel better and loved. And now you're like, oh, I have feelings. No, you don't. You're grateful, and you're clinging to something because you think this person is going to do this. No, like, no. And I had to tell him as gently as possible. I'm not usually great at gentle, I think, but apparently it was what he needed to hear. And I'm hoping that he moved on. I haven't talked to him, but I've seen him, you know, like in different chats, and I just stay quiet because I'm just happy he's still here. You know, he's mad at me because he says I rejected him. Okay. But you know, all right, I rejected you now, but I was there when you needed me. I wasn't there when you wanted me there. I was there when you needed me there. And that's pretty much how I work. You know, like you could want me all you want, basically, but if you don't need me, I don't have a purpose in your life. You know, desire comes and goes. If I don't serve a purpose to making you a better person, to being a part of your life or whatever, where it goes cohesively, then just leave it alone. Like, don't blame anybody. It's not meant to be. And he wasn't getting that. Like, he wasn't getting, okay, I'm not making that step. I don't have those feelings. He manufactured those feelings because I made him feel welcome and loved at a time when he felt neither. You know, when he felt the exact opposite, and he was ready to just cash it in. That's the danger of being nice to people who are depressed, because sometimes it's like, meant fucking contact. It's all my work. Oh no. All your work contacts. I am so sorry, Anya. Maybe it's an omen. Get a different job. Are you happy at your job? Do y'all love him, sweetie? Daisy said they didn't come back last night and their family doesn't know she's been here. It bothers me because the family, are worried of deletion. Mm-hmm. And now I am too. I don't know what to tell you, Daisy. I mean, if you're worried that somebody's in danger of that, I would say, you know, maybe not tell somebody because it's probably not your business or whatever. Or maybe they'd react badly, but, you know, just do your best to be kind. You don't have to give 9,000%. Whatever somebody's feeling, believe it or not, even when they're telling you how they're feeling, it's not your responsibility. I tell you guys the worst parts of my life. I let you hear me get upset, hear me angry, hear me hate myself. You hear me cry all the time, you know, but I do that because it alleviates something in me. It alleviates that pressure. But I don't expect any of you to fix me or to take on my problems, because they're not yours to carry. They're mine. I have to do the work. Can you guys be there when I'm feeling like kind of like, oh, I want to give up? Yeah, sure. They're like, oh, look, you do a lot. You can remind me that there are positives about me. It's everybody's like, oh, you don't see the positive. Yeah, because I don't hear the positive. It's amazing. My entire life, it doesn't matter how many achievements I have. It doesn't matter how good I look. It doesn't matter how sweet I am. For some reason, people find it really hard to compliment me. So I just figured that's a trend. Can't be all of them. It's got to be me. So I just don't believe the compliments when I do hear them because no. Like I just no. Nobody compliments me like that. And it's so funny because the night with Steve Gosney, when he was saying things, I was blushing so hard. And I was crying. Because he spoke it with such conviction. Like he knew, like he could see me. And I spend so much of my life yelling because I'm not heard and I'm not seen. People just assume I'm going to be there. I spent my whole life like that. Oh, she'll be fine. She's there. I'll just give it to Shelly. Shelly will do it. Okay. Taken advantage of and taken for granted, for me, they're always braided together. With one comes the other. It may come later, but it's there. Why don't you have a better self-image? Well, because people are free to put me down. They're very free with that. They're generous as shit with criticism. But praise? A compliment? No. Very thin on the ground. And why would I believe them anyway? You're just going to pull that shit out of your ass and serve it up as what? Chocolate mousse? No. Empty compliments mean nothing to me. Nothing. But I think people tend to say that I'm confident. I am so not confident. God, I am not confident. But they think I am, and they think I don't need that kind of support. I'm the mama. Mama supports everybody. Who supports mama? I don't have one of those. So guess what? I'm on my own. There's a what if for you. That's my biggest what if. What if I never met that boy? What if I never went on a date with him? What if I just did what I was supposed to do and not let him in the house? That's all my fault. I made those decisions. I led myself to that moment. And I couldn't handle it in the moment. It got away from me. It got out of control. It got scary. And I got ruined. So then I was crazy. Crazy she didn't hurt me. I mean, we'd fight. Don't get me wrong. We would fight because she was crazy. But yeah, no, it is what it is. Like, I just used to let it go. She didn't do any damage to me. I'll put it that way. Because I loved her as a friend. I liked having sex with her. I'll give you that. I mean, that was pleasurable, but I wasn't invested in her. I put up with her for the most part. And I knew she was, she wasn't going to get somebody like me who was going to put up with her bullshit. That's what I thought. I knew it at the time because, 15, 16, you know everything. People are replaceable at that age because you don't have a lot of time to put into them. You don't have a big backstory that you have to I don't want to have to tell my whole story to somebody else and da-da-da. Like, there's no, oh, God, I don't want to get to know anybody. When you're 15, 16, you get to know everybody. There is no end to the amount of talking you do. But she was a thing that had to happen. Look at restoring your Google or Apple account info. Sometimes you can roll back to a previous account. Oh, that was nice. Did you read what Wesley wrote, Inya? About rolling back to a previous Apple? If you have an Apple or whatever and you just did that update, be careful because my phone, I'm clicking on buttons and nothing's happening half the time. So I don't think that update was very good. Jacob said, I'll be listening, but I guess I have to act like I'm going to be productive today. Well, I mean, it's always good if you want a paycheck. Jacksonville bound again. Oh. All right. Well, you just listen in. Hopefully, hopefully I can pep this up at the end. I will. But it's just, this is something I take very seriously. Because what ifs have driven me into some of my deepest depressions. Just the fact that if one little thing was different, you could have had a happy life. You could have been worthy. Thinking that somebody else can tear that away from you, for me, that's terrifying. Like recently, people like to try to go at, my reputation, have a go at me. And when I was younger, it would have bothered me a lot. And it still does bother me a little, but I know who I am. And the people that are around me all the time, they know who I am. I don't give a fuck about anybody else. Actually, I don't even give a fuck what the ones around me think when it comes to that. I know what I did and I know what I didn't do. I know my level of accountability in that scenario. And it's nothing even remotely close to what I'm being held accountable for. So I just fucking ignore it. I just shut that down. Like, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I do not give one fuck. What I give a fuck about is that everybody keeps fucking talking about it. Like, I don't want people coming to me and said, oh, I heard this. They said that. Me. I don't want anybody to do that. I'm not singling anybody out. I get multiple people. I don't want that. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I moved on with my life. I spend most of my days ridiculously happy. Like, I'm just content and happy and smiling and I feel relaxed. And I'm not walking on eggshells and I'm facing my demons. And I mean, I'm tackling this whole thing, talking about what he did. I'm tackling it a lot better than I ever would have before. I'm motivated to put that shit to rest so it can't affect me the way it did. It's always going to have some type of effect on me. Because let's face it, when you break a bone, the bone's never really the same. Well, that broke my spirit. It broke my mind a little bit. It broke my spirit, and he shattered any innocence I had. My father and, the other one. Carlos. That was his name. I hate that name, just so you know. I really do. It's just, but I blamed myself. It was futile to blame him. I mean, he didn't give a fuck. He just kept coming around and jumping out of trees and jumping off of scaffolding. And he had his little puppet that he liked to play with, and he liked to beat it up and do whatever. And what could I do? My mother knew and did nothing. I told the cops, they did nothing. They insulted me in return. Basically, like, you regret it. You regret opening your legs and now you're screaming rape. Fuck you. He was related to the cop, but whatever. That's the way this town works. I could have gone to a sheriff or whatever. We have those. No, I got shot down the very first time I asked for help, and I was not asking again. I didn't ask for help for years. Tommy was the one who he said, you got to get over this. Like, you got to go forward. You're never going to be able to do the things you want to do. He knew I wanted to get married right out of high school. He knew I wanted a dozen kids. I didn't give a fuck about a career. Oh, you'd make an excellent teacher. Yes, I can teach my kids. oh, you'd be really good working with animals. Yeah, I can take care of my own pets and, whatever animals I had, because I wanted to have like a little farm. Everything I was ever good at, everything I learned growing up, that was geared toward that dream. And that was just ripped away. And I never got it. And I probably never will unless I do it myself. But that wasn't part of the dream, doing it alone. I never thought I would have to walk through my life by myself. I spent my whole childhood defending myself and building up whatever accomplishments I could. So it never occurred to me that as an adult, I would always be on my own, expected to do everything by myself. Never let it be said I'm not trainable, because I learned. Daisy, to say I have thoughts on this is an understatement. So I'm pulling out my notes and I'm excited. I think I found a few simple notes with references beside them that may help her. Okay. Wesley, yeah, Apple does make I swear, I always say that. If I leave the update sitting there for too long, suddenly my battery life goes way down, way quick. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, I really think they just drain your resources and make sure that everything runs super slow. And then you're like, I guess I have to do the update. But the updates are always glitchy. I hate them. You do that update, then you have to update all the apps. T-Rex, I'm always what ifing. It's my nature to always overthink. It's one of my worst and best qualities, in my opinion. I mean, I do it too, but it never serves me well. Never. Like, even if I, the only time I could do that is what if I do this, then this will happen. If I'm planning ahead, what if can be great. But if I'm looking back, what if does nothing but drive me into the worst depression? And then like when I deal with people and my past comes to haunt me, because now I'm like, okay, all right, say I'm with this dude and he's like really great dude and he's good looking and he's funny and everything that I'm looking for. And he's completely comfortable with me. He's whatever. He's intimate. And what do I come up with in my head? What if he, finds out about the things that have been done to me? What if he sees how broken I am? What if I'm boring? What if I'm annoying? What if he turns out like them? What if he's hiding something? What if he's just playing me to like get something from me and then he's going to break my heart and like break my spirit as well? What if? And that's when it's just, and if I have feelings for somebody and they're not returned, it's, well, all right, Chell, like they don't feel this, but why? I mean, what if you had just grown up a little different? What if you weren't so abrasive? What if you didn't like bathe in your masculine energy? What if you were more ladylike? What if, you, I don't know, didn't smoke? What if you didn't? The list is endless and it's always things that I could change, but they're things that I enjoy, things that are a part of me. And then I start thinking, but why should I change for anybody? What if I just stay like I am? What if I just stay like I am? I'm going to die alone. That's what if I stay like I am. So, yeah, the what if game is my favorite and my least favorite game ever. T-Rex overthinks. I overthink. I get stuck inside my head until everything is coming to, this horrible ending. And again, that's complex post-traumatic stress. You have cataclysmic thinking. It's not that you eventually get there. That's your first thought. Worst case scenario and negative thinking, that is the first stop on that trip. Woo, woo, let's go. off to Unpleasantville. Like, that's where I'm going. I'm going negative. And I'm going to think the hell out of it and twist it and turn it. And it doesn't matter. I am so afraid of getting my heart broken that, or being like rejected as I am, because I have so many scars inside and out. My left arm is tore up to shit. Who did it? I did it. I'll do it again. If it's a choice between me fucking up my arm with a razor or me beating the shit out of somebody who doesn't deserve it because I can't hold back my temper or emotions and I'm about to explode, guess what? The arm's going to get it. Every time. I will always hurt myself before I hurt somebody else. I'll throw myself on the grenade. I won't even think twice because my life is nothing compared to everybody else's. I tried to unalive myself. I did really well. I was gone for quite a few minutes. 7 to be exact. What if they hadn't brought me back? Would it have really made a difference? Would anybody have noticed? Like, what if I just didn't show up to YouTube or Discord? What if I went 2-3 days without any contact? A couple people might be worried. They'll move on. Is that a disservice to them? Yeah, probably, but I can't change my way of thinking. And nobody's ever convinced me of otherwise. I'm beyond the days of blind trust. Just believing in somebody, just assuming that they're going to have a normal reaction when it comes to me. Because they don't. Daisy said, I'm moving hell and high water to clear a spot in my small RV that I'm staying in to give her a place where she could feel safe and take as much time as needed to start to heal. You're such a good girl, Daisy. You got such a good heart. And you've been with me since the very beginning. So you know, besides what you know what other people go through. I mean, you've seen me break down and you've seen me get back up. That's the one good thing. No matter how many times people push you down, no matter if they break your heart, they lie to you, they pretend that they care about you. There's a lot of people like that. No matter how many times you fall, no matter how many times they pull the rug out from under you, you get back up. You guys know winning. Wesley, you got to meet winning. You know how many times he's gotten back up? He always no, get up, dust yourself off, let's go. He's the one, he kicks himself in the ass to get himself moving. And he's positive about everything in the world. Like, this is totally doable. He's into solution culture. That's why we get along. I create problems, he solves them. But that's his way. He's used to going at the world and thinking, this could be different. I can change this. And he does. That's the amazing part. But he tends to, be harder on himself than he needs to be. The darkness still kind of lingers around the edges of his vision because he's been so hurt and he's been through it for so long. And it takes time to get over that type of treatment for so long because you're conditioned. You're conditioned to, flinch when somebody comes too close to you, metaphorically. And that's where he's at. Most of his life is all in the light. He's very, very positive. Always wants to help people. He could be a little stubborn about it. Sometimes you got to let people fall, but for the most part, he's there for whoever needs him. You know, he will drop everything for a friend in need. He will. I've seen him do it. It's just I don't think he thinks that it works the same way in reverse. He's got a little bit of my problem. He's got a lot more confidence than I do. It's just sometimes, you know, it's, I wouldn't say 100% authentic, but I mean, everybody has their insecure points. You know, everybody has their doubts about themselves, but he has this thing that he calls inner faith. And that's something I've been working on developing because I have faith in myself, like to the max in so many areas. Like I'd be the first one to tell you, you can't touch me. Like in this area, in that area, whatever. Like I know my shit. And I will argue until like the cows come home because I know I'm right. If it's something where I know I'm right and it's important, I will argue you into the ground. If it's not worth it and you're going to get all aggravated, I will let you win that argument. I will tell you, okay, you know what? No, okay. You win. Like you need it. You take the win. You go. I'm going to go over here and just keep living my life. Like, Wesley said, I definitely think it's male versus female brain hardwiring. Men are solution oriented. Yes, they're solution oriented. They are more logical and reason based, whereas women are all emotion. When you want to be comforted, like you don't usually go to the male in the relationship. Like if you're friends with two people, you don't go to the male and go, oh, I just need to cry or whatever. You go to the female because she's going to say, oh my God. And she'll cry with you. You know, he's going to be like, oh, okay. Daisy. I also hope she'll maybe listen to our Yap Yap hosts 3T. You see, she, like I said, people call me everything. She does it because she likes to, you know, aggravate me because Nick does it. And now Joe does it. It's great. Just keep calling me a toddler shirt and feel what all of us here listening feel. Left myself, I yap in too because I in a hurry. I not drank my coffee or gave kisses out to the chat. There you go, Daisy. I gave you kisses. I'd give you a booby hug, but you know, you're far away. But yeah, Daisy is she's my comic relief. She's my support. She will tell you off or she will tell you compliments galore. It depends on what you earned. She doesn't come at you from her mood. She comes at you with your mood. Like I saw her in a chat the other day and she told somebody they needed a big old dose of shut the fuck up. And I was never so proud of her. Bro, I was like, girl, I was screaming for you when you said that. I was like, yes, that's my girl. That's my girl. She comes to the defense of people that she admires, that she cares for, and unabashedly. So I love her for it. She's very genuine. She's crazy, but she's the good kind of crazy. I'm the dangerous kind of crazy. She's the good kind of crazy. But see, even that, like I will use my words. T-Rex, he says, sometimes I need a dose of shut the fuck up. Yeah, me too. Me too. But they just tell me to shh. And it's like, all right. Oh, she's giving out all the virtual hugs. Booby hugs. Booby hugs. Booby hugs and motorboats. They make the world go round. Oh, and Wesley, if you're easily offended, you're going to get offended here because I say whatever the fuck I want. I don't care if YouTube monetizes it. I don't care if they take that stream and say, you got to take out this many seconds. That's fine. But I'm going to say what I want to say. What was I saying? Daisy, damn it. Oh, because she was saying, you know, drank all the coffee. She's giving kisses out. She goes the way the wind goes. Like, she's always in a good mood. But if you like poke that bear even a little, she will tear your ass up. Ex-Navy, I got thick skin. Mm. Listen, I have all the respect for the Navy. My little cousin, she did very well in the Navy. She was the leader of the, what was it, the Yellow Jacket Squadron. And then she went off to Afghanistan, and she came back, became a nurse, and she's got the life, man. Like, she went right into the Navy the day after her high school graduation. I was like, thank God they didn't have a rain date. She wouldn't have made it. But my father was ex-Navy. Shot himself in the foot in Morocco so that he can come home, because he apparently was done with his service. He didn't get drafted or anything. He decided to go into the service. So I was like, But a lot of guys did in like 1960. But he was out by like 1963. And it was ridiculous. He actually shot himself in the foot. So stupid. That's kind of funny. My father-in-law is forming army, also named Wesley. There you go. Every time I hear Wesley, all I think about is whatchamacallit? Oh God. It's a British thing. I can't remember it now. Oh my God. Anyway, whatever. We talk about a lot of heavy stuff out here, and unfortunately, being undiagnosed bipolar and on 6-month tour doing circles in the ocean didn't bode well. Yeah, I could see where that would. Dread Pirate Roberts. Yes, that was it. Wesley, my Wesley. As you wish. I'm trying, just give me a second. There was a thought that I had, and I wanted to put it together the right way. But when I start, it's very hard for me to mix the father stuff with the teenage stuff. One of the most quotable movies of all time. Oh, absolutely. My word is what keeps us together. Or what brings us together today. Like I said, my brain isn't engaging today. I'm going to have to squirrel off this one and come back to it, if I come back to it. Speaking of marriage, that never underestimate the power of the boobie. Oh no, especially underboob. I love underboob. Oh, love underboob. And I usually, that's where I want to be, under the boob. But yeah, like marriage, my whole life, everybody held up this huge thing for marriage. It was, oh my God, it's the be all end all. It's the end game. That's your goal. That's where you're going to be. And then you're going to be a mom. And then that's where all the importance was put. And when it came time to get there, I lose the one thing I have to give, against my will, which made it hurt double, and then for him to be the way he was, that was horrible. But we had it out. And I told him, I said, you ruined me. You ruined my life. I can never look at myself and know that I was chaste and I was pure for my husband. Very nice, Daisy. Love them. Big boobies. I prefer to be under the hips. Under the hips, inside the lips. You feeling me, girl? I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you up. There you go. Just shake your boobies. It makes me happy. Just shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. I'll shake mine. See? Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Or I could bounce. You gotta like bounce in your seat. So you could actually hear it when I'm like, you could hear them like pull down and shake my voice. Lord. What was I gonna say? God damn it, Daisy. She's so good at distracting me. You know I have squirrel brain, especially today. Stop it. Bast. I was excited to be a wife. I was. I knew how to cook. I knew how to clean. I knew how to sew. You know, my grandmother taught me how to crochet and make baby clothes and blankets and hats and mittens and scarves and, you know, like vests and all sorts of stuff. You know, she taught me how to sew. She taught me how to make clothes from scratch, from those fucking patterns. God, she had hundreds of patterns. All these skills just in case I needed them. Wesley said, when I say sit on my face, I mean it. Yeah, so do I. Believe me, I've told many women, like, hey, come on, let's go. Have a seat. Is there none available? Right here, babe. Right here. But that's when I'm feeling aggressive. Jacob Castro, what's up, Savage? How you doing? We're talking like sex and depression and marriage and narcissism and what ifs and all that kind of shit. Today's like a cornucopia day. It gets serious, then it gets funny. You know, like somebody mentioned yesterday that they had like decision fatigue. And I went to bed actually thinking about that. And I was like, do I? I don't have decision fatigue. I have life fatigue. I am so tired of the same shit. Like, I just keep living the same day over and over. I get little changes here and there, but it's the same day over and over. It's like being stuck in the worst possible Groundhog's Day. AKA normal Monday on Coffee and Chaos. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. I definitely got the coffee. The chaos is in my brain. So that's coming with me no matter what I do. You don't like it? Fuck you. No, but marriage, God, I don't think I ever looked at marriage negatively. I mean, and the examples around me were nothing to go by. Same day, different shit. Yep. My mother and father's marriage didn't work out. My grandmother was always miserable. My uncle divorced his wife. Like, none of my aunts were married because they were all spinsters. And like, every single marriage around me was crap. And it's all I ever wanted. Oh my God, it was all I ever wanted. And I've been married once. I've been engaged like 6 times, but I've been married once. Guys tend to ask me to marry them, then they fuck up. And it's like, really? Really? Like, I can't do the sharing thing. I will not share my man with another bitch. I did the threesome thing. That was fine because that was like a flash in the pan, whatever. It was 1, 2, 3, one night over. And that's not something you do a lot. It's still dangerous, but it's not something you do a lot. But I can live with that because I'm in it. It's a mutual thing. But I can't step out on somebody I'm with. It's just not my way. I'm way too loyal, way too faithful. It would drive me insane if I did something like that. This RV is one of those with 2 doors on the front side. It was converted to a med unit or electrician's portable office. Okay, that's weird, Daisy. I was so happy when I found it because it was the very thing I wanted. Well, good for you. Aw, that's awesome, Daisy. I'm glad you have that. I wanted marriage. I wanted a partnership. I wanted a man to like literally just spoil rotten. I mean, that's what I would have done. My grandmother didn't do that for my grandfather. She just served him his dinner, whatever. But they argued all the time. Like, you could tell they were never on the same page unless it had to do with the business. Like he just let her do whatever with the kids, and if she needed him to step in, he would. But there was nobody scarier than my grandmother when she was mad, so she didn't really need him to discipline them. He just had to be there for meals and to take her places and to like do his stuff. But he went out every night. Yeah, he would have his dinner and then he'd watch a little TV, smoke a couple cigarettes, and then say, "All right, I'm going to the tavern. I'm going to the Holiday." That was the bar that my uncle owned, my grandmother's brother, and was half a block away from my house. This way, he knew he was there. If she had to, she could call there, or she'd just send me. She'd go, "Oh, run down and go into the Holiday and tell your grandfather that I need this." Okay. But like he would stay there till like midnight. And he'd come home. She's already in bed. I'm already in bed. I'm dead asleep, but I'd always hear him come home. And he'd come in and he'd change in this little bedroom that was his changing room. And come out, he'd go to bed, and all I'd hear is, "Don't you touch me." And I was like, Jesus. Because fun fact, in my house, they didn't, because when you're laying the foundation for a house and you're getting it on the cheap, sometimes you don't wait the way you're supposed to. And they built the entire house and then it settled. So none of the doors closed. Ever. Unless they were the front doors. Those were the only two doors in the house, besides like the hallway doors. All the hallway doors were fine. None of the bathroom doors closed. None of the bedroom doors closed. And on the first floor, we didn't have any doors. It was all archways. So there was no hiding in my house. Okay. You just couldn't. And so I would hear everything. And it was so disturbing to me that they just could not get along. They pretended they got along. They pretended we were a happy family. La la la. It's all for the public. And then behind closed doors, they would just bite at each other. Like, and it was a horrible thing to watch, because I was like, they love each other. Any nice pictures I have of them together, those were just for show. At the time, I believed them. Now I look back and I'm like, they are so just doing this for the camera, because I don't think even in the end, they even really liked each other. It was never a love match. That's number one. My grandfather tried to date my Aunt Marie, which is my grandmother's younger sister, the first one under her. And my grandparents were like, no, the oldest has to go first. Besides, my Aunt Marie didn't want to marry anybody. Again, closet lesbian, career girl. She wanted to, make it big in New York. And she did. She worked for so many different insurance places. And every time she left, she got severance insurance packages. My mother is still getting checks for her insurance, like payout. And she will for like the next 20 years. If she doesn't get them, I will. It's just, it goes on and on and on and on, because she has all these like policies that just continue to pay out. She had money. What she didn't have was a boyfriend. She had plenty of offers, doctors, dentists, lawyers, all the bigwigs, because she was beautiful. She had this very classy, sophisticated way about her. And my grandmother was very much trained to be a housewife, the way she trained me. And she had the dark hair that she was very natural, like me. Short, like me. She didn't get out in the world much. She like took care of everybody, like me. And so he was looking to my aunt, because she was taller. She was like 5'6", which for an Italian is like, she was like a fucking giant. She might as well have been a supermodel. And she was beautiful. She had a very Sophia Loren kind of look to her. And she knew it. But like I said, it's just, they never said that. We all knew, but you don't bring that shit up. So he married my grandmother. He was like, just, which one is she? Let me see her again. He lived across the street, so he knew who the fuck my grandmother was, but he had to make that power move. And they were introduced, and he was like, oh, yeah, you know, there was no date. No, it was 1939. And he was like, you know, I've known your family a long time. I'm doing this. This is what I plan for the future. You know, I'd love to do this with you. If, you know, what can you do? And she was like, okay. She was in it. She was ready to be behind the scenes. You know, she managed her brother and her sisters her whole life. She had a huge wealth of medical knowledge. She learned how to play the piano by ear. You know, she could play any song that you played. She was a powerhouse, but she was always going to be second because he didn't choose her. He chose her sister. So she was second best. And she knew it. She knew that he didn't look at her that way because she was reliable and steady and dependable and capable. She was brilliant. Everything that would intimidate the fuck out of an insecure person. It didn't intimidate him, but he valued it, but he didn't value her. You know, he didn't love her. I knew that from the get-go. Like, I could tell. Yeah, he had love for her. They were friends, you know, they were partners in this business. They made 2 kids. They paid more attention to the business. Trust me. And it was hard to watch. You know, and then I see my mother with this asshole and he don't love her, but she stays. You know, my uncle with my Aunt Valerie. She was a total cunt, and he just took it. My uncle, who takes nothing from no one, and he put up with it, and he tried, and he, you know, he did changes, and he would not work as much, and he would buy her everything, bought her a house that was ridiculously expensive, and because she wanted it. She wanted to have a house close to her mother so that she can go over her mother's all the time, and the mother could come over when they had kids, but then she didn't want to have kids. So she wasted, like, you know, I think it was like 8 or 9 years they were married. And he's seen all, you know, everybody's having babies. My mother had a baby, you know, our cousin Donnie, he had like a kid and he wound up having 3, but he had nothing, my uncle. And she was like, no. She was like, I don't want to do that now. She's like, I don't know. Maybe it can wait. It can wait? Like, bitch, she was already in her friggin' like late 30s. What wait? Like, what are you waiting for? For the eggs to jump out and fertilize on their own? Like, that's not going to happen. And he was so into like having a baby, she decided to like, okay, we're not having sex anymore. I think that's what finally pushed him out the door. He was like, fuck this. Like, no. But I mean, she didn't love him. She thought that he could do what he did. Buy her a house, buy her a car. You know, he was stable. And I found out that people put me in that same category. You know, I'm not so stable, but for the most part, I'm a stable person. I'm reliable. I'm honest. I'm highly capable. You know, you give me something to do and I do it. And I do it the best it's ever been done. Because that's me. It's all or nothing. It's go big or go home. Like, I don't do middle of the road. I don't do mediocre. I don't do average. That's not my nature. I go for the highest grade possible. I go for the best result. And I'll always be like that, which makes me an asset. That's why my bosses always loved me. Yeah, they'd hire me at an entry-level position. They'd be like, she needs to be an assistant to somebody. I need her to have a whole lot more work because she can handle it. They love that because they didn't have to pay me much more. That's how I jumped positions so many times, because they were like, oh, we don't have to give her that much of a raise if we just bump her up right away. Otherwise, I'd get bump, 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 bump. No, they just went from one bump to another, and that was it. Like, that's where I stagnated. And it was like, really? So I'd find ways to get things out of them that suited my purposes, but it was almost never money. But that's all right. I barter well. It's fine. But no, I'm solid. What is that song? I'm solid, I'm steady, and I'm true down to the core. Like that's who I am. I can defend myself and anybody else who comes along. I can take care of myself for the most part. And anybody else that comes along. It makes it look like I don't need things. And Lady said that, when she was in an abusive relationship, Lady Awesome said that she was very high in her masculine energy. I know what song it was, Jacob. I didn't want to say the American Soldier part. But you're so cute. I'm immersed in masculine energy, and not just my own. Other people feed into it, because they all expect me to be tough. Gotta be tough. Gotta be strong. You gotta be ready for anything. I can handle anything. Just because I can doesn't mean I should. I tried telling Miguel that. He didn't show up, he said, for Katie growing up because I can do everything. What was there left for him to do? Music is your tism. I know. It's all everybody's tism over here. You know how many times I break into fucking song? I had to bite my lip when Winning was talking because he must have said 9 million freaking lines. And I was just like, I'm not going to sing. 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 Because I just wanted him to make his point without me busting out in song. You threw me off. I shall now begin to be quiet so Shelly can get back on topic while throwing everything out the window to be stored in big construction bags. I will only comment on topic. Daisy, shut up. God. You say whatever you want to say, honey. I love you no matter what. What a strange era in history, not allowing the public to see past your front door. Obviously, there needs to be boundaries, and you should try to make things work. But if you're miserable, what's the point in faking it? The facade can't last forever. Their facade never lasted. I always knew that they were miserable. They didn't hide it. They hid it from the public. We have a saying, what goes on in my house stays in my house. You didn't talk to anybody. God, I was dead. And I did it to myself. Do you think I went to counseling? No. They had me see this dude named Dr. Price 2 times. 1 to tell him what happened. 2 for him to tell me that I was being spoiled and attention seeking and I had a social adjustment disorder and I was depressed. And, if I just done I would have been fine. Okay. I was supposed to do it, but I didn't do all that. And I'm here. What can I do here? Well, I mean, I'd have to have your mother come in and we'll talk to no. I don't want you talking in front of my mother because all you're going to hear is how horrible of a person I am. Because that's all she ever saw. It was no matter what I did, I was wrong. You would think from not saving me from my father, she would have tried to make it up to me. No. She just throw money at it. That's what my mother does. She throws money at it. And I'm no fool. If that's all you're going to give me, I'm going to take it. And I'll manipulate you to get more out of you. I don't give a fuck because now I'm mad. I had something stolen from me that shouldn't have been stolen from me on 2 separate friggin' decades of my life. Where were you, woman? The man is sitting in front of you telling you what he did to your daughter and you feed him. And he's still welcome in your house. But I'm the one that's crazy? Oh, okay. Being miserable, I thought that's what marriage was about. If you didn't find the one that you could be yourself with, then what was the point? But I knew their marriage wasn't based on love. It was based on need. He needed a wife who could raise a family. She needed a husband who would provide. And they did that. They did that spectacularly until the day both of them died. They never stopped that function. They never stopped doing what they set out to do. But they weren't in love with one another. And sometimes I'm like, oh, I could just be in a relationship with somebody I'm not in love with. And I've done that. I got married and I didn't love my husband. I wasn't in love with him. I wasn't in love with anybody. According to him, I was in love with Christine, whatever. But I was getting over a broken heart from being in love with Billy, from getting cheated on and getting told that, you know, he's walking around town telling everybody that I'm a psycho and that I wouldn't leave him alone. I didn't leave my house for a week after we broke up. I didn't use the phone. I didn't have a cell phone. I had a beeper. You know, I didn't go anywhere, and my friends knew what happened, so they just left me alone. Because I have to self-heal in the beginning. I have to take myself through all those, where did it go wrong? What did we do? So I could torture myself basically for a week. And come to find out, he's telling people I'm showing up at his job. And I'm like, I have to walk past your job to go to work. Literally, he was right in front. If I go to the left, I'm walking past his job. If I go to the right, I'm walking past his job. Can't go forward because there's, you know, parking lot there with the fence around it and no opening. So it's like, okay, what would you like me to do? But yet he would show up outside my house. No reason for him to be in my lobby waiting for me to come home. There was no reason for him to know exactly what my ex-husband moved into my house the day he moved in, because who the hell are you to know that he even brought that shit to me? You don't know him. He was coming from Minnesota. He didn't have a clue. You know, I shouldn't come home and find you sitting on a plow staring at my apartment. And then I look in the apartment and grandma's sitting there just looking at you like, what is your fucking problem? Go away. She's like, go. No, he just sat there just staring. And he'd wave, like she's waving him away. And he's like, hi, grandma. Idiot. You know, he would show up outside my job at like 11 o'clock at night when I was working late nights. I'd walk out and he'd be like, oh, look, she's always trying to find me. Asshole, I just came out from inside. But his friends like, oh yeah, that's because she's dickmatized. She's this, she's that. They used to call me addicted. I was like, whatever. Like, I would be addicted, but he don't last long enough for me to remember that I'm addicted to it. Like, I'm not addicted. I'm starved. That's what I am. But it was like, whatever. And it was not a good time for me. You know, I was in love with him. He did that. He made sure he did things for me that nobody ever did. Oh, nobody ever bought you flowers? Bought me flowers all the time. Oh, nobody's ever like taken you out like to a fancy dinner? Okay, we went to like a tea social at a club, like a grown-up club. So I was like, I have to dress like a grown-up? Why? You know, Miguel didn't give a shit about his daughter. Who loved my daughter more than Billy? He'd carry her everywhere. She threw up in his car on our very first date with her there. Yeah, and all right, so I caught it in my hands and I threw it out, and he was very impressed with that. But she still threw up in his car. It was fine. You do whatever. He was accommodating. He was giving. He knew everything that I had been denied, that I was missing. And he handed it to me on a silver platter. And then he ripped it all away. He got what he wanted from me, but that's because I fell in love with him. I fell in love with him being attentive and holding my hand and kissing my hand every time he saw me. I mean, he didn't do it like the old fashioned, like, oh, give me your hand. And mwah. Like, no, he would be holding my hand and he'd just bring it up to his mouth and just kiss me. And that was it. Just because he was just happy I was there. You know, and God, I loved him so much. I loved him so much. It took me years. I actually had to go back and like fuck with him a little bit to realize, oh my God, bitch, you dodged such a bullet. Such a bullet. Because let me tell you something. Number one, motherfucker didn't age well. Oh, no, no, no. He looks like Uncle Junior from The Sopranos. Number two, his stamina did not improve. It got worse, if anything. He was old and miserable, and he needed something to control in his life because his wife, oh, she wore the pants in that family. She calls the shots. She tells him what to do. I never did that. Oh, no. She tells him what to do. She orders him around, and she'll come right up to me on the stream, be like, "Oh my God, hi, Michelle." I'm like, "Oh my God, Teresa, hello." You know, we're so fake to one another. And it's because I just look at her and I'm like, "Bitch, I will fuck your man in front of you." Just because she cheated, well, she helped him cheat on me. He cheated on me with her and then married her. Talk about insult to injury. And I was like, okay, I got married first. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it's like, I don't care. She could say what she wants. She could do what she wants. She can go fuck herself. I really don't care. But he wound up with a very cheap version of me because he thought she'd be easier to handle. I mean, there were other reasons why we broke up, but he really thought that she would be easier to handle than I was. And I only ever wanted to please him. I did whatever he said. You know, oh, that'll make you happy? I'll run and do it. I didn't argue because he hated a woman that argued. It was a blast listening. We'll definitely be lurking and commenting again. Off to Whitmer trial with MLS David. Nice. Make sure you tell him we all said hello from Talking Trash and Truths. Jacob said, my wife has done that a time or two, and I respect you women for dealing with that. I don't have the stomach for it. I mean, we do a lot of stuff. What did he say? The ER part I can laugh at now because I spent over 24 hours in the ER for no reason other than waiting for the ambulance transport to the mental ward. By the end, the staff was laughing and coming into their next shift. And I was like, damn, you still here? And of course, you got to have somebody sit there and watch like fire watch for welding as if I was going to somehow succeed after failing. I missed something. Unalive attempt, and it was like they just wanted me to come clean to everyone over the PA system. I mean, I got to go back further because obviously I missed something. I'm running because of. God damn, you guys were talking a lot. You feeling me, girl? All right. So, what do I wanted? I'm running behind because I should have been up in New Jersey selling tiaras, magical wands, tutus, and peanuts so I could throw the shells at 3T. Thanks, Daisy. What a strange error in history, not allowing the public to see or past your front door. What's the point? I shall now begin to be quiet. No. Toby Keats, blah, blah, blah. I can say this ER medical staff sucks when it comes to unalive patients. Yeah. I was being questioned in an overflow bed. It was literally a gurney in the middle of the walkway by every single staff about my unalive attempt. And it was like they just wanted me to come clean to everyone over the PA system. Oh, yeah, they'll blast your shit. They don't care. They just, because they're so clinical about it. They've lost their humanity when it comes to that. I very rarely come across somebody who's seasoned doing that, who has compassion, because it's just too much for them. I mean, they have to turn their emotions off because it's extremely, extremely daunting. By the way, today was more chaos than coffee. Anybody that's listening, y'all know I usually don't do this bad. There's things I want to say and I can't. So it's making everything else disjointed. Daisy said, how does the mind or whatever deal with what's next after someone exposes abuse to the family? It would seem hard if you confront it later in life. I can't wrap my head around how broken that must feel to explain the abuse to your own children. Well, you have a good one, Wes. Make sure you come back and hang out whenever. We're almost always here or on winnings. There's always one of us around. My wife has done that a time or two. I respect you for dealing with that. I don't have the stomach for it. Yeah. Yeah, when I did the unalive attempt, I got out of it by telling my mother, you get me the fuck out of here. I'm going to tell them, this is all you. Get me the fuck out of here. But I mean, I did it in such an obvious way. Nobody takes that many pills for like a headache or a backache. Like I took bottles and bottles and bottles of pills. And I still remember what it felt like to have all of that just literally pumped out of me with all that fucking charcoal. Oh, like my throat, like my voice was just shot for almost a month. I mean, it was just, my whole throat was just raw. And I got out of the hospital. I got out. My mother convinced them to let me go because she said she was going to sue them all. And she acted crazier than I did. And I got to go home. But I should have stayed. I should have stayed and I should have dealt with the memories. But I couldn't. And I couldn't let anybody know except my mother. Because when we got home, she was like, I don't understand why you do this. The house is a mess. Really? I was just dead. And you're telling me that the house was a mess. I'm sorry if, when my friend was trying to get all these pills out of me, I threw up on the floor. I threw up wherever. I was not conscious. He was able to get my body to go through the motions, but I don't remember it. I just remember what he told me. And I remember her telling me the mess that she found. That's what she was pissed about. Not that I tried to unalive myself, but that I left the house a mess. Okay. Oh, and that people saw me getting taken out on a gurney. What will everyone say? I don't give a fuck. Why would I care what they have to say? So it was just, but no, I remember being in the hospital, the stupid questions. And I mean, once I could talk, which was pretty much right after, because they want to know, what are you thinking? What are you doing? Why'd you do that? And it's in front of everybody. So if I have something that drove me to try to commit whatever, why would I tell strangers what pushed me to it? My own mother didn't know what pushed me to it. My best friend didn't know what pushed me to it. None of them had a clue. Because they didn't listen, but they didn't want to know. They didn't want that burden. And that's what makes me so hesitant to share that bit. Because I don't think anybody else can carry it but me. We're all damaged. My grandmother was damaged. It did something to her to be picked second. Because she was told by my great grandparents, you can't go to college. We can't afford it. We need you to get married so that it's one less mouth to feed. And so she got married to a man she didn't even know. She knew of him. Hey, 357, how you doing? We're talking about my horrible childhood and adulthood and adolescence. falling in love and being afraid to fall in love, not being able to fall in love. All the what ifs. I know I was capable of falling in love. I've done it twice. I know I'm capable of loving. If you don't mind, may I ask how long ago was this attempt? Who are you asking, Wesley or me? Because I think Wesley left. If you're asking me, I was 15. That was 1989? No, not 19. I was 15. I started high school in 88. 88 to 89. It was being sophomore year. The middle of my sophomore year, but right before my 16th birthday. So that happened in, I believe, January of 1990. Yes, that happened January of 1990. I had to really think because we're going back years, like a lot of years. I just caught a lot of whoopings as a child. Used to hide my dad's belt if I knew I was going to do something bad. I always knew that I could do bad stuff, but I know I could get away with it because I was smarter than they were. And I did. I got away with most of it. You're back. Yeah, so that was January of 1990. So a long fucking time. A long time. And I went straight home after that. And 9 years and a month later, I would be born, Shelly. Well, I mean, Jacob, I understand you're a lot younger than me. Fuck you. Like, stop bringing it up. All you around me are youngins. Y'all youngins. My dad made a paddle out of a 2x6. Wow. Okay. That's wow. Why? I never understood the spanking a kid with an object. I never understood that. You know, I do it because I love you. Oh, I know. And I appreciate you. I do. You make me laugh. Yeah, no, T-Rex, I would like to say I didn't get hit with anything but like a hand, but no, I got hit with the wooden spoon a couple times. That was my mother's favorite. And I got hit with one of those real thick, wide hairbrushes, the wooden hairbrushes with like the boar bristle. I had really long curly hair, like not corkscrew curls. I had banana curls. Like I always had like the beach waves. And I had beautiful hair as a kid. You could do anything to it and it listened. You know, I had the Princess Leia muffin, the cinnamon rolls over my ears. You know, like I had all that. My mother would put my hair down. She loved doing my hair. I hated when she did my hair because it hurt. She was not gentle. And she hit a snag one day. Oh my God. She pulled so hard, I screamed. She took that brush and hit me so hard on my head, she broke it in half. And then I got hit because I broke the brush. And all I could think was, at least it wasn't a frying pan. But she was so mad that she was like, because I was crying, because it hurt. Like, I'm tender-headed. Like, don't. But that's only when I'm not fighting. If I'm fighting, you can pull my hair all you want, and I'm just not going to do nothing. It's just going to make me mad. And if I'm feeling some type of way, you know, and you pull my hair, we fighting or fucking, pick one. We could do both if you want. I've been there, done that. But yeah, no, she snagged my hair, and I screamed and I cried, and she fucking, I can think of how I have a lump that never went away right in the back of my head where she hit me. Like, I don't know if she created like some kind of, she tore something, but it's a big as like you can feel, it feels like there's like a half a pea underneath the skin of my head. And she fucking hit me hard. And after that, I wouldn't let her do my hair ever. Ever, ever, ever. He never hit hard at all. It was all a mental game. Go get the paddle, put your hands on the counter, ass out. Got the message. Yeah, I was gonna say, to quote Shelly, if you pull my hair, we fight or fucking maybe both. I mean, it's usually both, but it's a good time. That is a good time. I told you, T-Rex, I don't know what to do with gentle. I think it would break me. I don't do tender. Like, I do tender, but I don't get that in return. You got me right past whatever the hell I was going to say. I've never spanked my kiddos, though, but they are good kids. I mean, yeah, the whole thing, how they paddled in public school around these parts when I was in school. Oh, I had the nun hit me with the ruler. And she hit me on my hand. Oh, I was very upset. And I went home and didn't say a fucking word, because way back when the nuns hit my grandfather, first of all, he hit her back. And unfortunately, that would be something I'd do later. Maybe it's hereditary. Maybe we all just want to punch a nun. I don't know. He hit his nun. I hit mine. But, you know, I heard about how they used to like hit my grandfather, and he'd go home and tell. And then he'd get another ass beaten. And he'd have to take the letter and the flowers, because we owned a florist. My great grandmother owned a florist. And the flowers the next day to the teacher and give them to the teacher. Because if your teacher got upset with you, or one of those nuns got upset with you, you obviously did something wrong. Now I have to be upset with you. They never questioned the teachers. The teacher was always right. By the time I became like a teacher and aide and everything, no, we're always wrong. You're not allowed to discipline. You're not even allowed to give them a negative point on the board, because we are a non-punitive district. I was like, we're a what? And the superintendent was right in front, and she said, we are a non-punitive district. We do not believe in any type of negative reinforcement. Oh, so the whole world is going to respond to these kids in like a hunky-dory way, right? They're going to walk out that door and be totally fine to deal with the world. The world's going to lay down for them and go, yes, yes, yes. No, I'll do whatever you say because you're throwing a tantrum. No, bitch. Like, I can't give them a red point. Are you kidding? Like, what about the kid that like stabbed somebody through the cheek? Does he get a red point? He didn't even get suspended. Oh, he has issues. I don't give a fuck. His issues don't stop somebody else from dying because he lost it because of his issues. We all got issues. Deal with it. Get the kids some help. No, you like to call the, crisis people on people who are like, I don't know, louder and throwing stuff around, but not the ones who are like stabbing people. I don't understand that logic. Like, it should be the other way around. I tell my wife, if we're going to fight, we're doing it naked, because I'll go from fighting to fucking in a flash. Hell yeah. You get that fire going, your blood's pumping, and you're just like, this bitch. And best way to end an argument. I've said that. Best way to win an argument with me, I can't talk with my mouth full. And then we both win. And you get to win twice. Principal tried that on me once. That didn't work out for him. There you go, Pete's. Yeah, no, you gotta. I mean, fighting naked is, I mean, you could get hurt. You really could. No, I'm just saying, like, their marriages and everything, everybody was miserable. Like, they went to school miserable. They got married miserable. They lived miserable, but it was all smiles for the camera. That's why you can't believe social media. You can't say, oh, but what if I had I had done this. We'd look like this couple here. No, you wouldn't. If you don't have somebody you trust, that you're attracted to, that you have respect for, that you have common goals, you're not going to be happy because you're working at cross purposes. Yes, ended last weekend's argument like that. Nice. He said, I'm mad at you. Get in here. Yeah, all right. Go ahead. Do the whole like, come here. Why not? I would have loved for arguments with my husband to end that way, but yeah, no. Fighting just made him feel more insecure. Welcome to my TED Talk on conflict resolution. See, here's the thing. I tried to do conflict resolution as a stream, and there were just conflicts all over. Like everybody was just insane. So I was like, I hate doing live demonstrations. I really do. But lately, that's all I seem to do. I set a topic and something happens that happens to go with that topic. And I'm like, really? I'm going to start putting like won the lottery topic. Just bullshit. Just on the off chance it might happen. I've been asked many times, because I had such a bad marriage and it was violent and it was destructive. It was draining. I think I must have come within inches of unaliving myself at least a dozen times in the last 2 years of that marriage. Because that was his goal. That was his goal, was to drive me crazy so that he could, he could just go do what he wanted. And he knew, his job was done. I wasn't going to move on to some other man. The problem is I wasn't in love with my husband. I loved him. He was a really good friend of mine. We wound up being really good friends. But I married him knowing I didn't love him. Because I needed to be married. It was... When you're as damaged as I am, and when you're, I wasn't a virgin. I had a kid. I lived with my grandmother, and I wasn't giving my grandmother up because she had to have somebody with her till she died, and she was getting there. I came with so much baggage that when somebody wanted to marry me, I snatched that shit up. I should have never married that man. And for as bad as my marriage was, I loved being married. I did. The feeling that came with it. He negated a lot of those feelings later, but it didn't matter. It was an accomplishment for me. It was okay, even though I'm so obviously ruined, he still wants to marry me. I didn't realize he wanted to marry me so that he could get his experience because I was, experienced in sex. Sure, I was. Not as much as he thought I was, but I got there. Like, I'm nothing if not thorough. And I know how to research. My last divorce, we were best friends, weren't in love. Yep. And that's what it was. I wouldn't say we were best friends. I was definitely his best friend. I was his only friend. So I kind of got best friend by default. But he was nowhere near being my best friend. Like, there was so much I could not tell him because he would use it against me later. When he found out about my father, every time we argued, he was like, oh, God, here comes the trauma victim. Here she comes. She's got something to say. Rah, 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 rah. And it was like, you fucker. Like, how the hell are you going to treat me like that? I would never do that to him. But it was okay to do to me. It's always okay to do to me. Shelly's strong. She's tough. She'll get through it. I tend to understand when men say, I'm not allowed to have feelings. I'm not allowed to break down. I'm not allowed to say that I have a broken heart or that I lost the most important thing to me or that my hope is gone. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear me say anything, but I'm fine, and me go off and do whatever it is I do to keep this, this family going, to keep the work going. Like everybody's dependent on me for something. I've heard them say that. And the thing is, they're like, women don't. I get it. God, I understand it. Because I was always told, you're strong. You got to learn to like not let your emotions out. Feel that shit in private. But not when I need you to do something. Like I need you to be like upfront. I need you to be here. Get your head in the game. And it was like, okay, but I'm so shattered right now. Am I not allowed to be hurt? No, you got things to do. I depend on you to go to the store, to go do the chores, go, go to all these things for your uncle. Go make sure you have everything that, he needs before he goes home down the shore. I need you to go out into the gas station and cover for your mother because she's off with her boyfriend. It didn't matter what I was going through. It did not matter. It was, okay, this is happening to you. You need to swallow that shit and get over it. Like I wasn't allowed to have feelings. So when I did have feelings like explode out of me like a pressure cooker, they were all shocked. She didn't tell me she had these. I never saw this coming. Are you shitting me? Really? Like that's what you go through when you have a family that lives in denial. These are all my lessons for like the last couple weeks. Basically all just getting brought up now. There's no excuse for neglecting the children in your life. I don't neglect my kids. Sometimes I tell them, oh God, just leave me alone because they've been driving me crazy all day. And it's just like, ugh. They listen, but they don't. I mean, I had a really good day on, I think it was Friday, because I used a strategy that I was told to use. And I had never used that strategy before. And it fucking worked. Now, I don't know if it'll work the next time, but it worked that time. And that's all that mattered. There may have been a slight threat to it, but I mean, whatever. It is what it is. I needed to get shit done. I'm so scattered. I really am. This is what happens when there's things that I want to say or that I need to say and I can't. When Billy and I broke up, I said, I will never do this again. Never. Again, another reason why I married my husband. Because I knew I could walk away. Under pressure. I knew I could walk away. And it wouldn't kill me. I didn't realize how serious I would take the vows that I took. I didn't realize that Catholicism was still, a part of who I am. But it was. All those vows, they were important to me. And I did everything I could to keep to them. I did everything I could to make that marriage work. Except allow myself to fall in love with him. I never was in danger of that. He was so not my type. He wasn't even a beta. All his clothes, oh my God, they all had wolves and they all said alpha. And I was just like, oh my goodness, you are no alpha. I thought he might be when I first met him. And by 10 minutes in, I was like, you're so non-alpha. God, you're just not gonna, but you're all I got right now. And I have to be quick. it was daunting to marry a man I didn't love. And I remember right up until I said I do, and he put the ring on my finger and everything, I was thinking, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh God. I was like, it's not too late. Stop. Go back. Throw him out of the house. Send him back to Minnesota. Hell, pay for him to go back to Minnesota. Grandma will send him. Like, I could have had a million ways out of that marriage before it even began. And I didn't take him. I think I married him out of spite. I married him to prove a point. There are quite a few fake alphas running around. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So many. Those little beta bitches. Deltas. Ugh. I'm alpha. Fucking men. I swear to God. Like, women are fake as far as, like, outwardly. But, like, men fake it, too. They get that, like, posturing going. I hate that. Ugh. I said I would never fall in love. Not again. But here's the thing. Even I don't have that kind of personal power. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. You know, it may happen tomorrow. It may happen a month ago. It may happen 10 years from now. Love has a way of kind of walking up to you and punching you in the face. Be like, bitch, pay attention to me. I'm still here. But for me, that's torture. Because it's never going to be reciprocated. It's not. I'm not 22 anymore. You know, I'm not who I was. I'm not how I was. I have all this baggage and I'm sick, and it's just the negatives go on forever. There's not enough positive to counter that. Lady Awesome says, when I got married the first time, I said, sure, not yes. That should have been a clue. Yeah. 357 said, 2 divorces later, I said the same stuff. And now I'm dealing with another lady. I'm never going to learn. But you can't, that's one thing I learned. You have to take the risk. I mean, unless you're, you know, resigned to spending your life completely alone, you know, unless you say, okay, I can live with just, you know, the dogs. I could live with just the cats. You know, I like my own company enough that I never want to be in the company of anybody else. You know, oh, if I want to fuck, I'll go pick up a girl, slam her in the bathroom, and then like go home. If that's the life you want, then you don't have to take a risk. But if you want a family, you know, if you want a home, if you want to build something with someone, then you're going to have to take the risk. I always take the risk. And I always get my heart broke, but I will always take the risk. I think love is the most important, most beautiful thing that can ever come into anybody's life. I really do. I am such a fucking hopeless romantic. It's disgusting. And I don't like to show those parts of me. To me, that's a weakness. What I enjoy, you know, how I think. I see couples all over that I gush over them. Expert in the White Rabbit, Nick and Lady Rackets, Nick and Tank, Joe and his wife, Good Logic and Lady Logic. I see these couples and I'm like, damn, I want that. I want that so much. But I don't feel like I deserve it. So I just don't do it. You know, I don't open myself up that much. I always protect like that part of me. I don't know why I think that would work. It never worked before. And the very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over the same way and expecting a different result. And I guess I'm insane. I just, this time I'm afraid. I'm afraid. I don't know that I could ever be enough. And I don't know that maybe I'm too much. It's everything in this world is shallow. I haven't found many deep feeling people who aren't already taken. Like the people that are out here free, they're shallow. If I ever take that risk again, it's going to have to be an extraordinary person. It's going to have to be something that I've never encountered before. They're going to have to break total new ground. And even then, I don't know how I'll take it. I want it. I do. But I'm terrified because I think one more time and I don't know how I'd recover. So I'm going to sit here and say, what if I take the risk? What's going to happen to me? Will I be happy? Will I be miserable? Will they hurt me? Physically, psychologically, emotionally? Take your pick. Some overachievers go for all of them. Yay. I'm terrified. Absolutely terrified. And yet I know it would take one sweet word to break me out of that terror and have me just let the love just flow. Just let it free. Let it out. I can be so loving. It's ridiculous. My grandmother used to laugh. She's like, "You're the biggest mush." And I know. She's the one that first called me a mush. I'm a huge mush. I play hard. I play like I'm tough. And I mean, don't get me wrong. You push the wrong button, I'm going to punch you right in your face. But for the most part, it's all, growly bravado. I don't fucking need anybody. And if you get too close to the tender spots, I get real mean. Real mean. If you threaten my secrets, because I do have them, they're probably only secrets to me because other people can pick up on them, but they're just not going to tell me. I think it's a secret and everybody's like, yeah, all right, we knew that. Thank you. Fuck you. No, if it came down to that, somebody uncovering my secrets, I'd be okay with that. But at first I would react very badly. Very badly. It's not fun to be afraid. And it's not fun to know that you're not afraid because of anything you did. You're not even afraid because of what the other person did. You're afraid because of all the shit that happened in the past. You're afraid that, somebody's going to come along and break your heart like it's never been broken. See, I didn't think that would ever happen to me again. And I don't know. I had a whole lot of time on my hands the other day and I made a video and that video went from one thought to another, to another, to another. And like I said, I overthink. And I was literally just sitting there going, what if I just just gave in? Like, what if I just went with everything and just accepted what people said to me at face value? What if I just stopped analyzing? What if I stopped, doing all this? Where would that lead me? And I could see myself happier, more carefree, whatever. Here's the catch 22. Like, here's the glitch in that fucking scenario. I can't do those things. I can't stop overthinking. That's who I am. I can't go back and change what happened in the past. All that shit that was done to me, all the abuse and the humiliation and the disgusting thing, like, all of that is a part of me. And the shame that comes with it, that's a part of me. The trepidation that I feel with everybody that I care about, that's a part of me. Snapping when you're too close to, the truth, or too close to my most tender spots where I'm not ready for that unveiling yet. Like, I'm not ready for you to go there. And that's with anybody. That's still a part of me. I tend to accept people the way they are. I like quirks. I celebrate them. If you're fucked up in the head and you enjoy it and I enjoy it, hey, who's to say it's bad? If you ramble and you think it annoys me, it doesn't. It's who you are. Even things that annoy me are usually something that I'll accept from somebody else that I care about, because that's just part of who they are. I'm not going to escape that. I'm not going to be able to get away from it and be like, oh, like T-Rex. T-Rex loves to ask me questions, and I give him shit about it all the time. Is he going to stop asking me questions? No. Am I going to stop answering them? No. Is it annoying? No, but it's something I can give him shit about. It's who he is. It's one of his main things, is to ask me questions when I'm so goddamn tired. I can't lie, even if I want to. But, that's who he is. I'll answer the questions. Go ahead. One right after another. And if you get too close to something, just know I'm not going to react well. But in a couple hours, I'll be fine. I don't get mad and stay mad. I don't get hurt and stay hurt. Eventually, in a couple hours, I'll let it all go. I'll work through it. It's the people that do the constant thing, that same thing over and over and over and over. And it's just like, bitch, all right, I gave you all these free passes. Game over. Because now I got to retaliate. Now I got to say something. Now I got to do this. I've been at that place lately, and I've resisted. I have resisted doing or saying anything, but I don't know how long that'll last. There's a certain somebody who likes to open his big mouth and go around talking shit. Can't even get my name right. And it's like, really? I don't want smoke or beef with you. I just want you to go the fuck away. You lying sack of shit. Just go. Lady Awesome. T3 challenge. Oh, God. Stop the what if game. That's the whole thing. That's what we're talking about. Because it's just, ugh. And replace it with talking your future into existence. Make a list of all the qualities of your future mate. I did that. Do you remember that? We went over that list. I listed everything. And I mean, in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have. I probably should not have told the universe what I wanted. Because life has a way of going, hey, she really, really wants this. Let's dangle it, but not give it to her. That's how my life works. So maybe speaking all those things into existence wasn't such a good idea for me. Because it's yeah, no, I don't want to talk about that. The only guilty pleasure I have with my ex is she's a cowboy fan. whenever they lose. I smile a little bit because I know she's cursing out the TV. Oh yeah, I love that. Okay, now list the qualities your future mate will want in you. How would I know what they want in me if they're my future mate? I mean, I know what qualities I have. I know my assets. I know my strong suit. I know my weaknesses. And the thing is with me, I never stop learning. So it's not like you could say, oh, she's going to plateau or whatever where she's at. No, I will learn something every day. And they lost last night. Her week is ruined. Well, we could celebrate together because Tommy's favorite team is the Cowboys. And every time they lose, I do a little happy dance. So, I know he's in jail being miserable and cursing out the TV and getting into fights over it, whatever. And good for your ass. That's what you get for like a bunch of fucking beta bitches. I hate the Cowboys. Ugh. Not that my team is doing any better. Friggin' I bleed blue for fucking Giants and they suck. They just suck. So maybe when I move, I could change allegiances. I probably won't though. I'm so goddamn loyal. It's disgusting. All right. So, because it's the qualities in you that someone is going to love about you. What would those be? Then merge the idea of the two of you coming together in harmony. Lady, I could list a whole bunch of positive things about myself. And I would write that list laughing. Because no matter what's there, it's invisible. Absolutely invisible. Oh my goodness. Can you hear my stomach growling? Lord, that was loud. The cat jumped. Try to think, when did I eat? I think I ate yesterday afternoon. Did I eat yesterday afternoon? I had a salad. That's right. I had a salad yesterday afternoon. So maybe I'll make steak today. Oh, we had the hamburger. I had a hamburger yesterday. That's right. I had a salad and a hamburger. That's what I ate yesterday with some taquitos in the morning. But now I haven't eaten shit and it's like lunchtime. Gotta move to Buffalo. They stealing the Giants thunder. I am not, no. Just no. No. Go Browns and Bengals. They both suck this year, though. I forgot to tell you, T-Rex. I worked with the teacher. Her name was Alyssa Brooks. And when she got married, her name was Alyssa Dunn. And I was pissed when she got married and changed her name because we used to call them Brooks and Dunn. And she was from Ohio. And she would come in all dressed up in like her Browns gear and everything. And we would just look at her. And she's like, Ohio's the best. Yeah. And it was like, no. Like, no. Like that, no. Just no. Like, how are you going to come to Jersey and flaunt that shit here? Really? We don't even have our own football team. Even though Giant Stadium is located in New Jersey. Two halves coming together to make a whole. Yes, I had a burger yesterday. Hungry like a wolf. Because I'm hungry like the wolf. Here's the thing, lady. I know you talk about positivity and all that kind of stuff. And I want to buy into it. I do. Because I buy it for other people. I get it. I think it's amazing. I could list pages and pages of positive traits for all of you. Maybe it's a mental block. Maybe it's stubbornness. Maybe it's just experience. I can't make that list for me. What's my list? I'm very smart. Very smart. I can be very funny. I'm a very good friend. I am a good person. I have a good heart. I'm generous. I'm understanding. And what else? I'm a really good cook. Like that's I'm creative. Those are my good qualities. That's not enough. It's just not. Because the bad is so much more. And there are things I can't change. There's so many things I can't change. Not all your good qualities, just the qualities that are uniquely you that will complement each other. Yeah, but I don't know what those qualities are if I don't know what qualities my mate has or my possible mate or whatever. It's not buying into, it's about retraining the brain. And that's the thing. Like my brain has been hardwired for the catastrophic thinking since I'm little. And it's really hard to think outside of that because I'm literally wired to not see the good in myself. You're not very busy, and that's a good thing. Thank you. I don't want to be busy. So busy. She's just so busy. Shelly, you remember Stuart Smalley from SNL? Because I'm good enough. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And gosh darn it, people like me. You're empathetic, caring, sweet, and whittle. I'm whittle. Okay. I know you mean little. You're cute. You care so much about people and will move heaven and hell for the ones that you care about, especially your kids. That's your best qualities, in my opinion. It's not enough. Trust me, I know. It's different when you're a guy and it's different when you're a girl. It's just not enough. But sometimes you sit around and you think about that kind of stuff and it can drive you crazy, which is why I'm saying the what if game can be used either way. You can use it to imagine a new future. The what if game is great if you're thinking of consequences. Some people need to learn that. But when everything you do ends up negative, you don't have to play the what if game anymore because you know everything's going to end negatively. No matter how good you are, no matter what you do, it's always going to hurt. You're going to be the one to pay the price. And I think that's why I have no problem throwing myself on the grenade. Because that's my purpose, to pay the price. Because I can live through it. I can take the pain. I've always been able to take the pain. Emotional, whatever. I'm not so great at taking the emotional pain lately because I've been, venting. I mean, this is my therapy. That's why I'm here. It's easier for me to talk like this than it is to talk to somebody's face. Like, I know you guys. I can't tell my therapist the intimate stuff that bothers me because I love my therapist. I do. She's a wonderful woman. She's funny. She really enjoys me. But that's such a personal thing for me that I don't want to tell her. I don't want to, hear the "aw" in her voice. Like, no, that's not what I need. Like, it's almost clinical the way I have to say it. And I'm going to say it at one point. I'm not going to say it to any of you. But I will say it. Hell, I might have to fucking say it to my cats or whatever. But I will say it out loud. I know I will. I will find that strength somewhere. And I'll let you know how it went. Because I think that's one of the last chains wrapped around me. I think it's what continues to hold me down and to make me sink lower and lower when I get there. You know, I can't even think about it. But I know I will. I'll get there. Today is a bad thought day. I have a lot of brain fog. It's just, you know, my hormones are ratcheting back down. So there's always that little fluctuation that helps to make me crazy. Lady said those qualities are qualities of any good person. I'm talking about someone falling in love with the way Shelley wakes up or whatever it is that some find to be quirks. Your person will find it endearing. And that's the thing. See, lady, you get it. You get the difference between my qualities like that are like everybody else. You know, the common things. I always look deeper when it comes to people. I don't get the same treatment. And a lot of it, I convince myself other people just don't think the way I do. But when you only like somebody or you love somebody on a surface level, that's all you see. You know, what could I say about any of you? Let's see. Lady Awesome. There's a reason I call you Lady Awesome. You have been through the worst shit. And yet you are still, you're still full of light and full of hope and positivity. And what you do is you bring your feminine energy and you're all lightness and laughter and, you know, like it's going to be okay and making jokes and, you know, you're wholesome and you have that going on. But then you have that little street fighter inside you that's like, I will fuck you up if you piss me off. Listen to me. And it's like, I dig that about you because you're just, you know, that's so uniquely you. You know, when 357, how many people come on here and, you know, say, oh yeah, no, I'm da, da, da. His very handle is like so masculine. Like you don't expect that to be for a woman. And yet he comes on here and that's like, it's, oh, I'm tough. Da, 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 da. And he comes on here and goes, you made me cry. Yeah. And he thanks me. And it's weird for me sometimes, but I mean, I got to know to the point where he listens when I'm really down and when I'm really being raw about it. And it gives him a permission to feel whatever he's feeling. You know, maybe other people don't give him that, but he takes advantage of that. And then he admits it, which tells other guys in the group, you know, oh, well, all right, so maybe I teared up a little. You know, maybe they can embrace that sensitivity in themselves. That's one of the things I love about him. You know, T-Rex loves to get into the minute details, you know, and he'll pick up on shit. And I'm like, how the fuck did you see that? And it's just, he's just good at at reading between the lines. Jacob Peets. Jacob always wants to help. That's his thing. He wants to be of service. He wants to be of use. He wants you to know, I'm here, I'm listening, I can contribute. That's something amazing about him because he always puts himself out there. Even if he's going to argue with you, he don't give a fuck. He's like, I'm new. Guess what? I'm here. It's like you've never not been here, Jacob. It's really like that because you're in every conversation and everything. And I love it. I love that you're so happy to participate. You're so happy to be a part of what we're doing. And not in a derisive way. Like you don't scoff at us. You don't like laugh at us for doing what we're doing. Winning reality. What's unique about you? What isn't? I don't know how to put it to words, but you have this very unique way of getting me to open up. You get other people to open up. You have this very unique way of taking someone who's angry and just, I'm terrified when people get angry like that, and you just laugh. And you will stand your ground and you'll chip away and chip away and chip away until you get to the problem, the root of the problem. And then you just blow it up like it was nothing. And you do it like it's so easy. Other people spend years in therapy looking for that. And you're just like, oh no, here it is. You're very good at that. That's something uniquely you. You know, something uniquely you is that you giggle. You giggle all the time. And it's just like a lot of people probably don't hear it because it's so far down under your breath. And I'm just like, this motherfucker. Like, because I know what you're laughing at. You know, you take these people who they don't do anything for you and you make these videos of them and whatever. And they're not mocking. They're funny, but they're not like making fun of anybody. And you genuinely want them to enjoy these videos. And I really think that it like breaks your heart a little bit when they don't. Because it might not have been hard work, what you thought you were, doing, but you put a lot of effort into it. And you have a way of pulling at videos of people that fit them perfectly. So, there's that. Caitlin, what does Caitlin have unique about her? She's like a little, I don't know, she reminds me of like a little, I don't want to say like one of those little like lovebirds that like, they have like the cuddle bone and they're cute and pretty and they watch everything. That's what I found she does. They watch everything and then they're like, like they'll get in there and whatever. All right, maybe the parrot was a bad analogy. I wish I was high. Anyway, what Caitlin is really, really good at, what I love about her, is that she observes and you don't realize it. It's funny. Everybody overlooks what she can do. And so she blends in for a while and she sits there looking wholesome. She's not. She sits there looking old lady like, she's not. And that was such a surprise to me that she could be so super spicy and she could be this like real bitchy temperamental thing. And I was like, good for you. Because I was definitely afraid she was too soft. I was afraid she was too soft and she wouldn't survive me. No, she observes and she makes her own decisions and nobody makes her decisions for her. That is uniquely her. Those were the good old days on SNL, real comedy. Yeah, you know what used to be funny on SNL? It's Pat. And now we live with them. Jesus. It used to be a comedy sketch and you couldn't tell if they were a boy or a girl. Now it's all over the fucking place. You're gonna have me crying in the work truck. Cut it out. Listen, Jacob, I told you when you showed up that you are more than welcome here. You are a wonderful person. Anybody can tell that. You know, you had a lot to say. You were concerned. And it's been 2 weeks and it feels like you've always been here. It really does. And when you don't show up, I'm like, where's Jacob? I want my 2 Jacobs. Like now I have 2 Jacobs. And you get to be my 2 Jakes. Wasn't that a show? No, it was my 2 dads. But was there my 2 Jakes? Oh, not Joe. It wasn't Joe Pesci. It was that other Joe with the big nose and the big lips and the hairy forearms that worked with like Perry King and I want to say Perry Mason. Was that Perry Mason? No, it was a big fat guy. And then a Hawaiian. I forget what the hell it was. But they were like Private Eyes or whatever. Now it's going to bug me. I'm going to have to figure that out later. Lady Awesome said, second on the list, your future mate will find your rough exterior as the cutest hard candy shell. Hence why you're called Shell. Yeah, crunch, crunch. Crunchy, do the crunchy. You will be the sweetest thing to quench your future mate's sweet tooth. Yeah, well, knowing my luck, he's already got dentures. Selfish gets a bad rap, but I think it's a very important tool for survival. Who said that? 357. I mean, yeah, some people have to be selfish. I can be selfish when I have to be. If it's for one of my kids, I can be selfish. That wow. I can't believe I just said that. Because that's so not being selfish. So. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be selfish. I'm supposed to be selfless all the time. Because there's not enough good about me for me to be selfish. And that's not from me. That's an almost direct quote. So that sticks with you. Enya, so I pulled something in my ear jaw. Oh no. I thought I was getting an ear infection, mastitis, which sometimes happens. No, I pulled it Thursday night and it just dawned on me. Wait a minute. How did you pull? Okay, girl. I know how I would pull my jaw muscles, but how did you do it? And will ice help? Because what the fuck? What are you supposed to do now? I gotta know. How did you pull your jaw muscle? Because that sounds like something like challenge accepted. Lady Awesome said, so a list like that, a list that is quintessentially you. I mean, if it's going to be quintessentially me, it's going to say, I love to give head and fuck you. Like, that's going to be quintessentially me. Making a list for others and make your list. That's the thing. I can make a list for all of you. I can go on and on and on about all of you. Winning said she's great at commenting. He means Caitlin. The only man she needs, she married. She's cute, short, and tough. Again, Caitlin. I just learned the jaw muscle is the strongest muscle in the human body. I always thought it was the gluteus bootius. Oh, I can't with you. Oh, Lady Autumn, that's so sweet and true. Yep. Caitlin, she has a way of smiling through life. Jake and the Fat Man. Yes, thank you, Inya. Oh, I love that show. But you remember the dark haired dude with the big nose? Not Perry King. I think that was the blonder one's name, and not the goofy one, like the nerdy one. I don't even remember what he looks like. That's how much I didn't pay attention to him. No, the dark Italian looking guy. I don't remember why we were talking about him, but now I'm stuck on the fact that he was so hot. Anyway, Joe Neerman, good logic. Yeah, why would you ask? Did somebody ask who Joe? Whatever. 357. He said, chew on that little fact. Aha, punny. Punny. Well, I pulled that bitch Thursday. Husband was happy. That's what I wanted. I wanted that admission, bitch. Yes. Oh my goodness. You are so fucking funny. You need to like look up those acting exercises where they're like they constantly like work on their muscles. I should do it too, so I don't fucking like get a Charlie horse in my goddamn face. Wind up looking like gut palsy. They're like, "What happened to you?" Blowjob. Like tried to take too much in at once. No, do you like the warm up? You know how they're like, like so that you move everything around. I know that they have them. I guarantee YouTube has mouth exercises. Actually, I guarantee if you look it up, they probably have mouth exercises for blowjobs. Because let's face it, it's the internet and they have everything. And if you can't find it, I found my future career. I'll just start a class. I mean, you want something that's uniquely me? That's uniquely me. That's very much me. Uniquely me. I can turn anything sexual. The joys of aging. Can't remember when you pulled something in your mirror. Send you heal. You better send her healing energy to her jaw so that she goes down again. Because Lord, and yeah, I feel like we're close enough that I could tell you that. T-Rex said, so I'd say the thing that's special about you, Shelly, is that right now your willingness to come on here and talk about all the bad, the stuff that most people are ashamed to talk about and keep in. The darkness of those minds, and you talk about it, makes others okay talking about it. Thank you, T-Rex. That's my point. I don't come over here to spill my guts for nothing, you know, and I think most of you get that. Because nothing I say is, you know, it's not for the masses. It's not exciting. It's not super funny. It's horrible. It's horrific. And I don't want anybody holding that in. I know there are people who've been through worse than I have, which is terrifying in and of itself. But if I can sit here and talk to you guys and not fall apart completely, or do fall apart and put myself back together right in front of you, if I have that strength after all this time, then you can find that strength. Or you can, you know, talk to me. Come talk to me. I'll take it on for you. It's amazing what I can carry. But there's always going to be shortcomings. I will always know my shortcomings. And I'll overcompensate with my strength. You know, people say, oh, nobody's perfect. And my answer is always, I'm so far from perfect. Shelly, where is your pen and paper? We've already listed like 3 things. It's in my head. I can't sit up right now. I have a cat on the small of my back pushing me forward. So I'm basically like hanging, like sitting, but like I'm all the way over because she's just like, I'm comfortable, bitch. And her nails are in my back. So it's going to be a little while till I can move, till one of my kids comes out and moves her. So I'm stuck, basically. You know, it spooks me how observant you are sometimes, Shell. Everything you said was spot on, and I don't think I've ever said any of it to you. You just saw it. Well, but that's part of the hypervigilance, honey. You're here. I have to know why you're here. I have to know what your intentions are. I have to know what your goal is, and I have to know what you need. I can't provide you what you need unless I know what it is. And what people need, they usually don't voice. You know, you'll say you need, oh, I need understanding. I need this. No, you don't. Like, I'll figure out what you need. That's what I do. It's always been what I do. That's a survival tactic for me. If I can keep everybody happy, that's another day I don't get my ass handed to me or I don't get put down. And unfortunately, there are people who still come along and fuck up my day. But you're not one of them. And it's hard to fuck up my day. You have to make like an intentional attempt. Like it's maximum effort all the way. But what am I going to do? I mean, I'm here. I'm talking to you guys. I'm getting everything out. It hurts. It hurts. But I got to do it. You know, I tell my kids all the time, you're going to have to do things that are difficult. You're going to have to do things you don't want to do. I don't want to revisit any of this shit. I want to lock it away and forget it. I am very happy with avoidant personality. I am on board. But if I do that, I'm only putting off the inevitable. That's number one. Number two, I can't heal if I don't address the problem. And if I don't heal, I'm not giving the best version of me to anybody. And with all the strikes against me in my own mind, it's virtually impossible for me to ever be good enough for anybody else. Other than like the piece of shit that I married, or the piece of shit that I had a son with, or the beta little pussy bitch that I had a daughter with, or the narcissistic asshole that I fucking, trusted that I thought we were, because he planned on getting married and everything else, who broke my heart. I always say I pick badly. I make bad decisions. Other people tell me I make bad choices. That's not exactly true. I choose what I believe I deserve. Yeah. Face lockup. I'm dying, Shelly. Face lockup? What do you mean? Face lockup. I don't get it. What did I miss? Explain yourself, 357. Winning said, Joe, because you were asking who the hairy guy with the big nose was. Yeah, but that was on Jake and the Fat Man, and I don't believe that. Oh. Get you. Come on. She's not going to let me move. That was uncomfortable. What's funnier is this AM I said, this sucks giant balls, and went, that's why it's hard. Get the hell, get down. Oh, God. Oh, that's better. She literally, I was literally on like the last inch of the fucking chair. I was like, if I laugh one more time, I'm gonna fall. All right, so I got the whole seat back. Yay, bitch. Sorry, we had animal intervention over here. All right, so bitch, I love you. Aw, see, those tea bags can be a bitch, aren't they? They're like open wide, bitch. You open wide. And she said, I said, this sucks giant balls. I went, aha, that's why it's hurting. I was crying, laughing, and my husband was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm old and I know I begged to get skull fucked, but maybe next time I should remember falling apart. Honey, believe me, I'm with you. I really am. Because as much as I'm like, just hold on to my ears and go for it. I'm like, oh my God, what if I knock out a tooth or something? Like, I don't know. I could crack a tooth. I would hope not, but still. It's almost like saying, okay, I used to be able to put my ankles behind my head and be like, come on. Now I couldn't do that now. Lord, like, you want to break my hip bones? I don't like getting older because I feel mentally like I'm in my late teens, early 20s. You know, like it should have been. But physically, my body's like, no, bitch, you 49. Like, you are 49 and just give it up. Give up the ghost. I will continue to try to get as strong as I can be and whatever, but I'm never going to be what I was. That's just how it is. I'm never going to be how it was, and I'm never going to look like I looked, and it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. I really can't. I don't have the money to have like my whole self surgically altered. Like, no. And I wouldn't go through that anyway. I don't give a fuck enough. I really don't. I really don't. I have a way of accepting the reality of what I am and who I am, but that doesn't mean I want other people in on my reality. So, I'm old and I know I beg. And not for nothing, Indian, don't let anybody shame you for begging to get skull fucked. Okay? Because sometimes they just got to grab you and shake you until they rattle your fucking teeth in your head. Then you're like, okay, now I can sleep. In your mers. At Indian, do you think you could have a chat with my wife? I need that time energy in my life. Oh my goodness. We're going to have to start like a whole ladies group or something where we teach these bitches how to like really just take it. Come on. I'm sorry, but I'm of the mind if a lot of these women just did, you know, if you got a good man, don't let him leave the house with anything in his pouch. Okay? Just no. You suck that sucker dry and then you send him out. And if he's feeling a little something at home at lunchtime, go give him a nooner. And then in the afternoon, if he's sleeping, wake him up a happy way. At night before you go to sleep. I mean, not for nothing, I want to be the dessert. Let's go. The desire is there. It's the partner I'm lacking. So I'll just do it myself. Like whatever. But if I'm with somebody who's worthy of it, oh yeah. Miguel was never worthy of it. Ever. I wouldn't put that in my mouth if you paid me. I'm very particular. It's weird. But once I find one I like, oh my God, it's, you know, we are in a relationship. It's separate. Like me and it's in a relationship. And I don't know if I'm with the dude, but I'm definitely with that. Those are some of the best relationships in my life. I like to poke a few tigers, but never Listen, everybody likes to take a poke at me once in a while and see if they can get me riled up. And then they usually regret it. I can count on one hand how many people are not afraid of me to do that. And there'd be plenty of fingers left. You know, I like fingers. I didn't want to scrub baseboards in kindergarten. Why would you scrub baseboards? That's what janitors are for. It comes with a lifetime of crazy beware. Inya, I can't. I know you would think with like my sexual past, with all the things that I've gone through, that I would be anti-sex and anti this. That nope. You ain't taking that from me. I'll be good, goddamned. I spent a long time going through Tommy's very particular therapy to get to where I am today. Shit, I should have sex awards all over this fucking place. Maybe I could go on Amazon and buy an Oscar. Then I could show it to all of you and say, here, these are for my dick sucking skills. It's great. Oh, we could have categories. Fastest swallow, biggest load. Best actor in a supporting role. That would have to be best actress, because the guys I know won't do like 2 guys, 1 girl, but they'll do 2 girls, 1 guy. It's like how fucking like double standardish can you get? But he said fair play. No, yeah, like it does. I'm sorry, but the wildest women in bed, the most dedicated wives, are probably the ones that were batshit crazy their whole life, because they're so happy to be with somebody who just takes them as they are, doesn't abuse them, but enjoys that they're freaks. They're freaky deaky all the way. My freak flag flies 24/7. I don't give a shit. You ask me a question, I'm going to answer it. You know, if you ask me a risque question, I'm going to answer it twice. Now, full circle, I'm coming over to grandma's to mop and sweep and the shit we hated as kids. Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Like, I wound up, like, with the curtain thing. I hated curtains. I hate curtain shopping. My mother used to drag me to the curtain store, and it was called Karen's Curtains, which now is so funny. But I hated that store. I hated it. And she could spend 3 hours in that fucking place, and it just smelled dusty to me. And not the good dusty like a library. It smelled like just old fabric and old people. And I was like, I don't like it in here. I don't like it. And so we eventually worked it out. Like I would go to Walden Books and smell all the books, and she would smell all the curtains, and we were all happy smelly. And then we'd go for frozen yogurt. But no, like, I could go to a curtain store now, and I know what they feel like. Like, I know what my mother felt like at some point, because you're looking for the perfect length so you don't have to sew it. You're looking for the perfect consistency so light doesn't go through it, but it doesn't really block out the sunlight. You want something a certain height, certain width, certain pattern. And then, like, if you look at it, you don't want it to be shiny in the sun. Like, these are all things that you have to think of. And then you're like, how many windows do I have in the house that I have to do this for? And you're saying they're like 2 in the living room, 2 in the kitchen. But now the kitchen needs a different kind because it's usually like a valance. It's a fucking process. And you got to remember all this shit off the top of your head. That's why when men are like, what are you thinking about? Too goddamn much. Like, if I ask you what you're thinking about and you tell me no and you're a dude, I know you're thinking of nothing. But if you ask me what I'm thinking about, and I'm like, I'm thinking about curtains. Yeah, I'm thinking about 1,900 fucking things with curtains, where I saw the ones I liked, where I can go get them. Should I order them online? And that's all 24/7 in my head. And that's just one thing. I'm thinking about the curtains while I'm also thinking about the content, while I'm thinking about the questions, while I'm thinking about live streaming, while I'm thinking about my analytics, while I'm thinking about the money. Did I pay this bill? Did I pay that bill? And that's how my brain goes 24/7. Unless I'm in sex mode. That's just the way it is. If I'm with somebody, they are my focus and nothing else matters. It will clear my head because all I'm thinking is, I just want to drive this person to the edge of pleasure and push them off that cliff. And I want them to remember it. You know, I want them to walk around with the biggest fucking shit-eating grin you've ever seen so that everybody knows, yeah, he got laid. He got his dick sucked. Because it should radiate out from you. And all the guys envy you, and all the girls are like, oh, she put the work in. Damn, can't touch him. Because no, you know why you can't touch him, bitch? Because I'm the one who did it to him, and he's walking around with an empty pouch. He ain't got shit to give you. And trust me, the first time I see that dick twitch, I will go and take care of it and remind it belongs to me. It don't need nobody else. That's my philosophy in life. Wesley Hoke. Oh, you came back at a horrible time. Oh my God, Wesley, when did you come back? When we were talking about Enya sucking giant balls and pulling a muscle? Or the fact that I'm like, I want to go get her a fucking cake for it or something? Because I think that's just good work. Enya, I'm looking, I can't with you. I really can't. I can't. So yeah, he said, girl, you still going? All right, off to the baker and his man juice stream. Oh, Jesus. Hip lube. Oh my God. All I ever think about is that Roseanne episode where her mother and that dude tried to have sex and she like broke her hip or bruised her hip or whatever. And nobody knew it was from them having sex. She just said she fell out of bed. It was her in like red buttons. And then at the end, she's in like the dominatrix fucking outfit. I'm like, bitch, you better have a swing so one of you don't fall. A whole new ball game getting older. Super freaks. Yeah, there's very little that I'll ever be embarrassed to say that I want. Like if I want you to just go to town on my chest, I will tell you in explicit detail, this is what I want. If you're down there and you're not doing what you're supposed to, and by the way, I'm trying to edit for YouTube, but I'm not really succeeding. Like if he's going down for dinner, then if he ain't doing it right, guide that motherfucker. Like don't waste everybody's time. That's what I did that when I was younger. I was like, no, he'll get it. He'll get it. No, he didn't get it. And it's just, I didn't know like how to like say, I will grab your ass by the hair and be like, there. Like right there. But you know, in a nice way. It depends. Most of the guys that I'm with need a dom, so I wound up taking that role, and that's just it's so not me. Reminds me of Robin Williams stand-up on sex when all the firecracker, the ass line is fantastic. No, how about when he's like trying to like go down on his girl and he's like, nah. Are you going? Like he can't feel his face anymore. Just like, oh my God. And he's like trying to like do everything. He's like trying to play with this, play with that, and you know, trying to keep his mouth going. Oh my God, it's hilarious. Put it in your mouth. I just in my pants. What is that God's loophole one? I'm about to get super offensive. When they're like, you know, they're talking about like Mormonism and how they're all virgins and they're like, fuck me in the ass if you love Jesus. I'm like, oh my God, the first time I heard that. God's loophole. Your clit is Satan's doorbell. I'm like, okay. Like, all right. I think it's hysterical. I love these things that they come up with. It's hilarious. Hi, I'm T-Rex. I poked the button, but I'm not too worried what will happen. Oh, you poked the button yesterday. Push the goddamn button. Go Doctor Who route. Button. Who's got the button? Blood magic. Oh, that's so old. Like that's a classic. Yeah, I don't know this lube that you speak of, but I make my own. Listen, you gushy bitch. What they say in Game of Thrones, don't go, like, never enter her until she's as wet as a baby seal. I was like, that's actually really good advice. When Miguel, my daughter's father, was up here, it was my 44th birthday. And that's when he showed up on the X. And it was either have sex with him or like be hurt because he was far beyond reasoning. And I just kind of laid there and I handed him the lube and he was like, what the fuck I need this for? I said, seriously, you need it. And he was like, you're never. And he went and felt and he was like, what's wrong with you? I was like, oh, trust me. It's not me. It's you. I was like, trust me. It was like, oh my God. There was nothing, no moisture at all. I was like, damn, it doesn't even feel like it's alive anymore. Like you literally made my pussy want to die. Like that's what you did. Like it just said, fuck it. I'm going to call him, leave me alone. Go poke somebody else. But no, I had to give him lube because I was like, no, you're not hurting me, motherfucker. And then I was like, and get behind me. I really did say that to him. I made him get behind me so I could pretend he was somebody else. That's the joy of doggy. Like, get behind me and I can pretend you're anybody in this world. I feel like this is Dr. Ruth's sex therapy rerun. I am way more fun than Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth, last timer. Yeah, sex is good. It's good. You have to love the sex all the time. I remember her. Oh my God. It was her and like Dr. Laura on the radio. Dr. Laura was love advice. She always wound up going and giving sex advice. Always. It never failed. She would just talk, and then she'd be like, fuck it. Like, she didn't say that, but she'd just launch right into the sex. Like, oh, okay. That's what we tuned in for. Like, I'm not sitting here at 2:00 in the morning because I like you. Like, I want to know what you have to say. And you said, and that's why I like sex, because then it all goes away. What do you mean it goes away? All the thoughts? I mean, that's what all my thoughts go away. Everything's clear. Let me tell you something. I can make the best decisions after sex. The problem is I usually need to make the decision before sex, and I'm not so great then. Now, see, I've caught lockjaw before. 357. Wait a minute. You caught lockjaw from what? From going down on a bitch? Because, I mean, yeah, I've done that. I didn't get lockjaw, but I split my lip because I literally had to open my mouth so fucking wide for this girl. And it was just like, really? And I guess like we had been making out and kissing, and I guess from the amount of like saliva back and forth, my lips got like real dry all of a sudden. And when I went to do that, oh my God, my lips split like right on the side of like the fatty part on top. Cause I have that, like, you know, I have dick sucking lips. That's what I have. And so they're not thin. They're not lesbian lips. And if you notice, every lesbian has really thin lips. At least the one that does the oral work. The one who just sits back and takes it, you can't tell. But the one who goes and does all the eating out, yeah, they got thin lips, almost like non-existent. And they wrinkle faster than everybody because they get the little wrinkles around. It's so weird. Anyway, now I'm thinking about eating pussy and I can't think straight. God damn it. What was I saying? Yeah. That's why I like sex, because it all goes away. Okay, I don't get where's it going? I hope you're talking about thoughts. I think I made this mistake before and said thoughts again. Because when I'm caught in a loop, I'm caught in a loop. Now, see, I've caught lockjaw from that. It's the same one. The HBO special. What HBO special? Soaking. Garfunkel and Oates. Oh, I didn't see it on the HBO. Oh, yes. I know that they have one. I just haven't seen it. No, I had this. Somebody sent me this song back in. Oh God, I think it was like. It was my second year at Wallace. So I was like 42. So like 7 or 8 years ago. And I was listening to it, and it was so funny because then I called my friend Dawn in to come and listen. And she's watching, and she was like, "You're horrible." And I was like, "I'm horrible." So she's like walking down the hallway. It's after school. Like there's no kids around because we were like cleaning and setting up our classrooms. And she goes walking down the hall, and she was like, "Hey, Shell." I was like, "What?" And Marty's like right there. And she's cousins with him. So she's like standing there talking to him. And all of a sudden she goes, "Hey, Marty." He's like, "What?" Because he knows like when we're together, forget it. And she was like, "I just learned a new song." And I was like, "Oh God, no, please." And she was like, "Shell, start me off." I was like, "Donnie, do you love Jesus?" She's like, "Oh, I love Jesus." "Marty, do you love Jesus?" "Stop me in the answer if you love Jesus." He was just like, he was so mortified. He was like backing up. I was just like, "Oh my God, I think we're going to kill him one day." He actually, my friend Rachel is Marty's sister-in-law, because this is Hoboken. We're all related in some way. So Marty saw me with Rachel and Dawn walking down the hallway toward him, and he was like, "No, no, 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 no." He goes, "That's got to be a sign of the apocalypse." He was like, "There's no fucking way." He was like, "You three cannot be friends." And I was like, "That's just mean." He was like, "And you can't be the ringleader." I was like, "Oh." I was like, "I'm not that bad." He was like, "Please. If I'm sipping wild turkey, better run, because I'm about to have Thanksgiving dinner." Nice. Nice. I love how, Thanksgiving falls between Halloween and Christmas. You with the Deadpool references. I love it. Soaking was another Mormon thing. Them folks make me lit. Soaking is a Mormon thing? All right. Flag on the play. I need a description. Like I need a, not description, a definition. There you go. I knew there was a word in there somewhere. Yeah, no, I need you to, yeah. No, I need you to do something. I don't know what I need you to do. I need you to elaborate on that, because that just threw me. What the fuck is soaking? I mean, I know what I think soaking is, but you said it's a Mormon thing? I am not asking Jeff. No, so you're just going to have to tell me. Explain yourself. And you said, "The second joke I ever told my mom, I'm getting a tattoo of a turkey on this thigh and a Christmas tree on the other, because the best eating is done." I hate you all between Thanksgiving and Christmas. I'ma die. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. All right. That was fucking hilarious. She turned so red. Second dirty joke. I knew what you meant. You're grounded in you. Yeah, you're grounded. He grounded on the taint is what he did. Sent her skyrocketing. Inya Mers, I was grown with that one. I can't read shit. I was grown with that one. The first was a lesbian dinosaur one. Oh Lord. That's when my daughter came out. It was her freshman year of high school, and she comes home, and she's like, oh, like I could tell she was like proud of herself or whatever. Like she knew something. And I was like, what? She's like, I have something I have to tell you. I've been working up the energy and like the courage all day. And I was like, this bitch better not. And I was like, what? Okay, so I don't want you to be mad. I was like, just fucking say it. She goes, I'm a lesbian. I was like, no, you're not. I didn't even wait for her to be done. And she got to the N, and I was like, no, you're not. Like I stole the N and used it for myself. I was like, no, you're not. She said, oh, how could you say that to me? I was like, Kate, you're 14. You're not a lesbian. Just trust me on this. Like I would know. And she was like, no, I am. What makes you think that? She said, well, I only really get along with females because you're female. And I really I dress to like impress them because you're female. We don't dress for the guys. We never dress for the guys. We don't do our hair, nails, whatever for the guys when we're single. We do it to what? To piss off the other girls, to make sure they got nothing that they could talk shit about. Because they will. We dress to impress other women because men don't give a fuck. Oh, that's a really nice dress. It would look great on my floor. That is one of their favorite fucking lines. Oh, I love those shoes. They'll look good over my shoulders. Like, okay. They'll look good behind my head. Okay. One in the hand is worth two in the bush. I'm be happy to do three. Like all these things. That's the shit they say. They don't give a fuck what color makeup you got on. You could be like, oh, I'm wearing like an autumn tone. They don't give a fuck. All they want to know is your hair looks nice. Can I fuck it up? Because I'm going to fuck it up. Like I'm going to grab it and I'm going to like fuck you so you have a fuck nut. Like all this shit. That's what they care about. They don't give a fuck if you're wearing Louis Vuitton. They don't care what your purse costs as long as they didn't have to buy it. Like, so we do it for each other, which is why I don't do it. Because fuck you women. I got more bitches than any man that I knew. And it's because I didn't give a fuck. I really didn't. They knew I'd treat them good. They knew I'd make them come. They knew that I would be like, see ya, deuces, and be gone and never bother them again. And it was perfect for them. I knew what I was doing. They knew that they wanted it, but they also knew that if they were scared, I'd stop. I was safe. I was exciting. I got all the bitches. I just didn't want any to keep. I wanted one, but she's retarded. She couldn't see it or didn't want to see it or whatever. That goddamn. Anyway. Oh, yes. The soaking is a real thing. I've heard of this. So basically, you just dip it in and no movement. Are you serious? Do you know how hard, no pun intended, but how hard it is to just sit there and sit on it and not move? That's punishment to me. Like, that's if you do that, I'm like, what is your problem? Like, I'm squeezing, I'm doing everything. Because no, like, I need that. Like, why are you being still? Why are you being a jerk? Like, and that's supposed to be what? Like, that's how they get off. At that point, what is the point? Just to have your dick warm? I mean, put it in her mouth. Christ, at least then you get to pump in and out. So basically, you just I can't. It's not sex if you're not moving, according to them. But if your friend jumps on the bed, it's all good. Oh, I like tricky things. But why would you invite your friend in when you're having sex? Just wondering. Because if it's a sin to have sex and move, isn't it a sin to have sex with someone else besides you and your partner in the room? It's not technically sex if you ain't pumping. Oh, well, then I never had sex with Billy ever. Because I don't think he was a 2-pump Charlie. Like, what the fuck? It was like Toucan Sam. Like, I can't. Oh, no killing Shelly. No, well, if y'all dressed for us, the U.S. would be a nudist society. Oh, I know. In your MERS, laughing my ass off. What the hell is it? Your daughter? Oh, your daughter did that when she was 9 because some girl on the playground told her, if you like girls, you're a lesbian. So we had a talk. Turns out she wasn't after all. We still laugh about it. Oh, that's where I went off to the side. Yeah, so no, she told me she was a lesbian. I was like, no, you're really not. And she was like, how do you know? I said, I'm going to ask you one question and we're going to figure this out right here and there. And she was like, what? I said, do you like eating pussy? She was like, ew. I said, that right there tells me you're not a lesbian. She was like, no, oh my God, I would never. What do you think lesbians do? You think they're just women that just hang out? Like, I mean, they do, because a lot of them don't wear bras or underwear or whatever. And they think they're cute with their like beef curtains down at their knees. Like, stop it. But it's the natural ones that I'm like, bitch, stay away from me. Like, I love a man with armpit hair. I do not like it on my girls. Like, no, bad dyke. Like, just get away from me. Shave your mustache, shave your pits, and then go find another bitch because I'm already done with you. Like, I can be shallow, and I will be because I'm not spitting out any fucking hair out of my mouth. Thank you very much. But yeah, she was the face she made. The face she made when I said that, she's like she pulled back her face. It was like a snarl of disgust. And I was just like, yeah, no, you're not a lesbian. I'm like, no, if you can't even picture yourself doing it, then you don't want to do it. Guess what? You're not a dyke. Let it go. Soaking, I've never heard of that. Then again, I had a baby in high school, so I almost did. Because they're Mormons and they're weird as fuck. And funny. Curtains closed. Ew. Curtains closed. I'm sorry. Every time I say beef curtains, my mind goes back to the upside down thing. If you don't know what I'm referencing, be happy. You don't want to see that. Like, that was just gross. The biggest what if of this stream is, what if Shelly ever stayed on topic? Wouldn't that, I think the world would end. I really do. I mean, we talked about serious stuff. We talked about funny stuff. And now we're talking about, sex stuff, because Inya sucked the balls so deep and so well, and kudos to your husband for having a giant set of them, that she pulled a mouth muscle. Kind of still on topic. Well, yeah, that's why I said what if. This way, if anybody says, oh, you didn't talk about that for long. Yes, I did. Fuck you. It's littered throughout the whole thing. Oh my God. If YouTube ever listened to this, they would kill me, but they'd laugh their asses off. I swear they would. But I'm just wondering, and were you trying to come up from the bottom so your neck was already extended? Or was he just teabagging? Because, I mean, the teabagging, you kind of have to open your mouth real wide. Because, they're trying to do both. I can't fit both in my mouth. I just can't. Unless he's on steroids and they're raisinets, only one at a time. Standing room only. Anyway, it is 20 after 1, and I have talked nonstop for 5.5 hours. And I think I'm done. I think you guys are done listening to me too. That was enough. Yeah, hi YouTube human reviewer. How are you? Just in case. Girl, at this point, they have to have me on some kind of list, because my Like videos go nowhere. My lives go nowhere. Nobody sees them. It's just you guys. And then I'll get a million emails. I didn't get a notification. Gee, I wonder why. All this talk got me hungry. Lunchtime. Oh, you going to visit your wife? Or wait, do you have a wife, 357? Or are you like, you have a girlfriend, right? It's very hard for me to keep all your relationships like straight in my head because there's so many of you. And I'm so nosy that I need to know like your whole like private life. Because fuck it, I tell you mine. No, but you have the girlfriend, right? Don't you have a girlfriend? Tell me you have more than just a dog, because then I'm going to be worried for that dog. Or no, you have cats. I forget. I'm tired and I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry too, dude. If only I was closer to home. Oh, well, that's what you should do tonight. Go home and surprise your ladies and be like, nope, bitch, get up on the counter and just go at her. Trust me, she will love it. She'll say, no. They only say no. Like if you're married to it, that's another thing. This whole consent thing, when you're in a relationship with somebody or you're married to somebody, what the fuck? What is that? Like you're just going way overboard. Because if I'm with somebody, if I'm sleeping next to you, I'm serious. Just go for it. No, if I'm sleeping next to you, as long as you know there's one thing I don't do, you're good. You can do whatever you want. If you wake me up like that, we are gonna have such a good day. Such a good day. If you wake me up like getting it from behind, we are gonna have a really good week because it's just the way to wake me up every fucking day. But I like to wake them up too. But I mean, I don't expect you to like, excuse me, wake up. Can I stick my dick in you like I did last night? No, just do it. Like, don't ask me. What the fuck? I'm not going to ask you before I go down on you. So, oh well. You'll wake up to a surprise. I think it's dumb. It's so over the top. Look, if your tip pops out of your tank top, that's not fair, Jacob. Tits don't stay in tank tops, and you know it. Okay, and we always wind up with that weird position where it's like one in, one out. You're just like trying to pop it back in before he wakes up. Do you expect me to not put it in my mouth? No, I mean, it's there. Like the way I view it is if I'm with somebody, I belong to you. Every part of me belongs to you and only you. But bitch, it goes the same way. Like all of that goodness belongs to me. Because I don't want to be with somebody who's just possessive. I want to belong to each other. I want them to be possessive of me the same way I'm possessive of them. If a bitch comes along and touches what's mine, she's going to lose a hand real quick. I don't even have to be in the room. I will chancleta that bitch off. You will see that boomerang coming. I'll go to my Aussie friends and be like, hey, I need boomerangs. Fuck that. I will hit a bitch from across the room. Mine. Throw back a nub. She'd be lucky if she has a neck left. Popping out a turtleneck is when you get in trouble. Right? Oh my God. How much fun was that? You'd be in the middle of July walking around in a turtleneck. They're like, bitch, really? See, I had scarves. So, I mean, I wasn't stupid. Plus, I had concealer. And I love hickeys. Oh, my God. I don't know. It's such a turn on for me. It's so ridiculous. But I like little nibbles and bites and whatever, too. I like the whole claiming thing of sex. Even if it's just for, like, that time. If it's not, like, for a long time. But, no, I like the claiming aspect of it. Like, I want you to go full caveman. I don't want to be with somebody who's all like polite about it. Be okay, sheepdog. Sharing is caring. I mean, we're all talking about like, giving blowjobs till you pull a muscle. It's great. We're talking about all sorts of stuff. But no, like if I'm with somebody, I want them to be crazy for me because I'm going to be crazy for them. I'm not going to be able to keep my hands off them. I'm not going to be able to keep my mouth off them. I get addicted to the person that I'm with, and I stay that way until they fuck it up or until I fuck it up. Usually it's them though. It's been so long since I've been like that because I don't do that in real life. You know, there's nobody I know here in real life that I've been with that I would keep. Not one of them. And it's so sad because they send texts and they're like, yeah, you know, you want it? No, I don't want to do that. Not with you. Like, I'll go years without sex just rather than have sex with the wrong person. I'm not in my 20s anymore. I don't get that like, oh, I gotta have it right now. If I have to have it right now, I'll do it my fucking self. Oh, a child is awake. Who is that? Hi, honey. Hi. And this stream was lovely. It is 1:25 because now the kid came out and I can't talk. Last week my wife asked me if I was mad at her because I let myself go full caveman. She had fun though, just made me laugh afterwards. I mean, there's something to be said for a man completely losing control around you. Because men need to be needed and women need to be wanted, and vice versa. Like if you're feeling wanted, why can't you make her feel wanted? You know, she's showing you exactly how much she wants you. Fucking reciprocate. And if you don't want her, let her go. Let her find somebody who will want her. But yeah, no, the caveman thing, it's just like the whole woman, me now. Like it's anyway, I'm gonna go and have lunch. It is 1:26. I love you all. Thank you for joining me for this 5.5 hour goddamn stream that I don't even know what I talked about. How did I talk for that long? Well, you know, I'm just working my jaw muscles, making sure they work. I love you guys. Today could have been very catastrophic in many ways, but I do love you guys. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you for listening to me ramble on and on about everything under the sun. We did do the what if game. We did do about the childhood assault. So I feel good that we covered the topic and we had fun. So everybody have a great day. And
don't go to Jersey. Whatever somebody gonna ask you to go to Jersey, visit them in Jersey. A long lost friend, don't go to Jersey. Don't go to Jersey. You're gonna get hit by a bus. Okay? Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. Good.
Sorry.
all righty, guys. I am out of here. Have a wonderful time, and I will see you in the fun.